Yo, what is up, everybody? Yeah, coming back, to you here. A little bit of an impromptu stream here. I thought I'd give this thing a try. I know I mentioned, I guess, as far as many times before, I guess, as far as to kind of show what I'm working on, I guess, as far as in between streams on Wednesday and also on Saturday. So, yeah, we're gonna see how this goes. It may end up turning to be a hot mess. We'll just see. But I figured just for those that are kind of interested, I guess, as far as in knowing, I guess, as far as what's going on behind the scenes especially for Farm Sim 22, you're all probably wondering, I guess, as far as what the heck am I looking at here. So this happens to be one of the productions that I'm working on to go along with the development of the Dairyland 4X map. So we might get a little taste, I guess, as far as of the Dairyland 4X map too. Along with the testing, this comes along with the testing of these things. So yeah, primarily what I'm doing here is creating a palette for what will eventually be a salt production. So these are the pallets here, and they have, a little bit of a construct to it. So not only the visual, what you see here, I guess, as far as which is relatively no collision to it. So you could pretty much just walk through all this if there were no collision. So basically, I'm to the step where we're adding the physical collisions to there to what make it interactable with, as far as to either pick it up with a forklift and what have you. So these are just some of the things that need to go into, I guess, as far as creating some of the mods that you've come to enjoy, I guess, as far on. So hopefully, this will, if nothing else, it'll be a little bit of an insight to for what's to come, I guess, as far as on the official release of the Dairyland 4X map, which I'm shooting for a spring release, prior to a spring release. So potentially, very tentative, but potentially, I guess, as far as by the end of February going into March, that's kind of what I'm shooting for. That's not 100% guaranteed, but I'm kind of hopeful and optimistic as far as that. So I've also got up here the raw model, I guess, as far as for the bag. This is a non-textured. So what I'm in the process of doing, this is what I've been doing for a little bit of time here, prior to just coming to the conclusion I should probably just stream this, just to kind of give some idea of how and what goes into these, into the creations of these things. Okay. So what you're looking at here, there's two different parts here. So you have this generic, which will eventually become a collision, a rigid body, if you will, I guess, as far as something to be able to interact with this bag. It also will allow, I guess, as far as for being able to strap the pallet, as far as down onto a trailer and things of that nature. Because as I've mentioned, these items, when you create the models, they have no physical property to it. So in order to have some type of collision or physical property to it, you have to add that separately. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. Now, the other thing to keep in mind, this is somewhat of a limitation to what type of collision you can make to these types of things. If it's more organic, kind of abstract, like this bag is, it's not, geometrically square or anything like that. The collisions for these pallets can't be too complex, right? So it's like I can't necessarily make, for example, same type of collision as the shape of the bag. So we have to make this as simplistic as possible so that the game doesn't necessarily, because these collisions are created into what's called a CPU mesh. So it'll use a lot more resources to make it too complex of a shape, I guess, as far as for these. Basically, all we're trying to accomplish there is to have some type of physical property to these bags, because, as I said, these are basically hollow. They have no physical weight to it, I guess, as far as until we add this to it, which is going to be a non-textured mesh, and it will be a CPU mesh. So this is what's critical. This is what gives it that physical property. So like when you see a lot of times pallets go flipping around, or to be able to strap it to a trailer, things like that, this is what's all involved with that. So there is a little bit of an art form of sorts, I guess, as far as in how you create these, because if you make them too big, too abstract, or even put them too close together, they can they can act pretty wonky, to say the least, just to put it simply. So yeah, I've already tested it at least once in the game, and for whatever strange reason, I'm getting a warning in the game that is telling me this shape is not valid. So whatever the case is for that, so what I'm now in the process of doing is creating another new shape, and hopefully to remove any invalidity, I guess, as far as there might be to that shape. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. It will make sense, I guess, as far as once we get it created and get it in the game and be able to test it and confirm that we don't have that problem anymore. Because the other problem along with the invalidity to the shape is that it won't let it strap, so the strap won't go around the pallet. So it's basically just ignoring that collision, I guess, as far as for these bags. So getting back into what I was doing here, so this shape here is obviously the bag, no texture on it. That would be this visual piece here as far as for the bag. What I'm essentially trying to create now is this squared off, very simple shape, I guess, as far as for that'll make up the collision. This is already one attempt, I guess, as far as to make that, which this shape here, the game is rendering it, I guess, as far as an invalid shape. So we're trying to correct that problem. So getting back into this is my new shape, and I want to just go in here and confirm I didn't make it this name. I'm going to do this again. I like to have particular names, I guess, as far as that, instead of just box 1, I guess, as far as for the actual shape. It kind of makes sense too when you're looking at the code as far as to script it and what have you. Having some type of name to it, I guess, as far as it makes sense when you're looking at the code of that instead of just something very generic. Okay, so I got the name of my shape. So I think I want to do on this, so I'm going to go back to pivot. I'm going to make sure that's centered. Yep. So I did already resize this, I guess, as far as to what I want. So you might tend to ask as far as like, why do you got all these bits kind of hanging out? I want to leave some room. Actually, this is what I've come to find. By making the box go all the way out to the extreme of the shape of this bag, it didn't give me a whole lot of room. It left a lot of gaps in space when I tried to stack these. So I figured just to give myself a little bit more room to be able to put the visual bags closer together, if I made the shape a little bit smaller, also hopefully that'll remove the invalidity, I guess, as far as that I have with that tension box shape, the rigid body there. So yeah, I'm taking this different approach, I guess, as far as to have some of the bits, I guess, as far as to be sticking out of this, and it does kind of show a little bit the abstractness, I guess, as far as that the bag is, which you know, these, picture, if you will, like a sandbag, you know, or a bag of play sand, I guess, as far as for a sandbox, or you buy potting soil. That's what this bag here kind of represents. Okay, so as you can see here, this is my previous shape that I made, and I made it so this green box, this empty green box that you see around there, I made it go all the way to the extreme of the bag as far as the dimension of the bag, and it didn't give me a whole heck of a lot of room. You can see if I turn this off here, it left a little bit of gaps in between each bag. If I put these two close together, as far as what these collisions applied in there, that might be possibly why the game is seeing that as an invalid shape, because I got them too close together. So I figure we're going to rethink this as far as how we do this shape here, so that we can number one, put them closer together, but also leave enough space between each bag with this collision around it, I guess, as far as to hopefully they'll play nice together. That's what we're hopeful anyway, though. It's sometimes a little bit of a learning curve when it comes to that. Alright. We're still early into this, but appreciate anybody stopping in, I guess, as far as coming checking out here. This is very impromptu. I just figured I'm already doing this, I can just go ahead and show it. And then also you'll be able to see a little bit of gameplay, I guess, as far as when we go into and test this. So I do need to put a material to this. I'm going to bring up my material editor. So even though it is no texture on it, it still needs to have a material assigned to this. We're going to try this out and see how it goes. What did I previously call this? I want to look in here. How do I use? Okay, so just it as a Lambert 1 is kind of the related in Farm Sim. You'll see this in other games too. I guess as far as whenever it's related to a collision, you'll either see it as an ACAMAT, ACAMT 01. You know, may even have a number after it. This one happens to be a Lambert 1. When you're looking at the code of a lot of these items, that is going to be your first clue, I guess, as far as that it's probably a collision or a rigid body of some sort. So when we look at, for example, this is my shapefile in the Giants format. If we open this up in the code, whenever we see a Lambert material, as we do here, we can automatically assume in whatever that's related to a collision. So that's there's some method to the madness there, if you will, I guess, as far as when it comes to naming their different materials. So if it is related to something that has an actual texture, you'll name it something, you know, specific. So this is related to the pallet to which the bags actually sit on, and all the diffuse, normal map, and specular map, I guess, as far as I go along with that. So that's just kind of how this works here. So for some reason here, I did use another palette, I guess, as far as to create the salt palette. So I am going to rename this now that I think of it. I want this to be salt palette. And this is just for, you know, informational purposes. It doesn't really show anywhere else as far as in the game or whatever. It's all in the coding of it. So when we go back to this, I guess, as far as at a later date, we'll know exactly what we're working with. So, but I did use a meat palette, which is something else I've been working on for the development of this Dairyland 4X map, to be able to create a slaughterhouse of sorts. So to be able to take your cows and your pigs and whatever, and be able to get pallets of meat to sell on that. So that's another palette that I've already gotten to work. It's already been finalized, and I use that as a guide to create the salt palette. So a lot of what we previously make, whatever, we can actually use that as a template, I guess, as far as for creating something else. You know, it's kind of goes along with if it works, then go with it. So let's go ahead and save that. I am going to reopen that palette really quick, and so what I did is I modified this, what is called an i3D, which is a format that Giant Software does use for models in the Giants engine. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up really quick. I'm hoping I got enough resources to do this. I usually only like to have one instance of each of these programs open there, because it can get pretty use up your RAM and all that stuff pretty quick. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen here. So I just opened this up. This is another instance of that. So now that I've made a change, I guess, as far as to that, I could probably have done that in this session here, but I'm going to close this out actually real quick. I don't need this one, because we're going to modify it in this other instance here. Okay. So I've opened this up here, and all I want to do is just kind of save this. Now that I've modified that i3D in my text editor, overwrite that. Cool. Now we can close it again, and I'm going to reopen it. After I open it, I'm going to confirm whatever that it did save, both the i3D and the shapes file. So the shapes file is actually what holds all the model data. So just as I've shown, you can open this up here. This is all the text data, I guess, as far as for that. All the transform, whatever. It does not have all the vertices, the polygons, or whatever that go to the model. There's nothing to be included, I guess, as far as in this part. That's what the shapes file actually holds, all that information, I guess, as far as for what we see here, for example. So all this information that's in here, that's what's held in the shapes file. That's two separate files, I guess, as far as that work in tandem. There's a lot of check and balance, I guess, as far as with the way the Giants engine objects are created. So you have not only the i3D, but you also have the shapes file to coincide with each other. And then to tie that all in, you have your XML for this. You're telling the game here, I guess, as far as how you want to actually use those files. So in here we're calling the, whoops, this one here. So this is for the pallet itself. You're telling it this is a pallet, and this is what I want to do with it. I guess as far as to show all the different stuff that's in here. If there's any sounds to it, as far as what weight is to it, you know, how heavy it is, what's the capacity, so on and so forth. There's a lot of things that have to work in tandem, I guess, as far as to make all these things function. Okay, so now that I've saved that palette there, I want to get the material. So I'm going to reopen up that salt palette here. Cool. Okay, let's reopen this bad boy. And I want to get the material name for this. So it wasn't just the Lambert one. I think I did confirm on that. Okay. Zoom back in on that. Boom. Okay. So the material name for that rigid body that we're trying to create is a Lambert one. So I'm going to go ahead and apply that as such. Okay, we're already done with that. We don't need to do anything more with that. We got the shape of the name of our shape for that. Is in the material editor. Okay, so we want to rename this guy. First thing I want to do, probably don't really need to because I'm not adding texture to this. Normally this is the approach I would take, I guess, as far as for applying a physical texture, but I do want to have a default color to it. You need to have that, I guess, as far as some type of an albedo, as what it's called, for the Giants engine, I guess, as far as to these collisions. They can't have just be blank, even though they don't have a texture to it. It still has a material along with a color to it. And typically they're just a gray, as far as 0.5, I guess, as far as in between black and white, just for reference. Alright, so we're going to name this Lambert 1. Like so. So that's going to be the name of our material, and then we're going to actually apply this to our shape, as long as we got it selected. Apply that color to it, and it turns that color. Alright, so we're good there. So now we can delete that. I'm going to be left with just this shape. I also want to apply, since I did adjust the shape of this, and I've shown what I've adjusted it to, I want to actually reset the X form on this. And reset selection. Cool. And then as long as we got this orange box that's nice and conformed, I guess, as far as to the shape, and it's not all out of whack, as far as to be the corners being out of whack here, that looks good there. That's exactly what we want to see when it comes to correcting the X form. Usually anytime you do modify, it doesn't matter what type of shape, at any vertice or any edge or anything like that, always want to redo this X form so it puts it into a 1:1 scale. Otherwise, if you don't do that, when you go to import it into our Giants editor, for example, it's not going to line up. It's not going to line up, especially in the game. So that's something that we have to take in consideration when we do these things. Alright, so let's do a collapsed all. That is all good to go. And then now we can export this out. Now, this does require, I guess, as far as i3D exporter, I've been able to use a much older Giants exporter, i3D exporter, in comparison to what I'm gonna put this actually. Remember where I put my. Okay, there we go. I don't remember where I put this, so I got all my mods that are in progress. There's lots of things I've been working on. I also have my potato production, which has officially been certified on the Giants Mod Hub for FarmSim 22. We need to go into this guy, and I'm going to spit this out as an i3D for the shape, and I'm just going to name this tension because it is a tension belt collision, I guess, as far as for these bags. So we'll just simply name that tension. Just so I know what it is. It doesn't matter really what I name it because it's just a matter of naming it something that makes sense, because as far as when I go to look for it in here, I'll know exactly where it is. And I'm not stepping on something that I don't want to. Okay. Now with that made, I do not need to have a rigid body already. So what the exporter will do is it'll automatically add a rigid body to that. I don't want that on this piece here. that is all controlled, I guess, as far as via the XML for that shape. So right in here, once we apply these to our bags, it's going to be a node that's going to assign that as a tension belt node. So this is how the game will determine what shape we are trying to use as the tension belt shape. So that's already controlled in through here, so we do not want to have a rigid body into that shape that we just created. So I'm going to open this up in a separate instance and remove that. And we'll also be able to confirm that the shape is has been legitimately made. There's no problems to it, so I don't have. So the only warning that I will get here is the fact that I've already mentioned, as far as it's an old shapes file, the fact that I'm opening it up in the Giants 9 engine. That exporter that I use is I think from Farm Sim 17. It might even be from 19. I forget. But it works just fine. It works exactly the way we need it to. Alright, so this is all checking out. What I am going to do is zero this all out. Sometimes when you reset the X-Form, in 3ds Max at least anyway, it tends to not remove all the... I could probably zero these out before I export it as well. That way I won't have to do this step here, but either way, I can get that back to complete Zen, I guess, as far as on all axes. So that's good there. That checks out. So the rigid body we need to get off of this. That was the other thing we needed to do. So we'll remove that. Now with those changes made, we can go ahead and save this again. Now I'm going to just overwrite this one we already exported. That should be fine. And then close out this session. Cool. Now we have the ability to take that tension shape and bring that into our palette here. Okay, so there's our bag tension shape. I am going to rename this over here so that it makes sense in the scene graph. That's probably something else I didn't mention. So this scene graph is kind of like, it tells a story, if you will. It's as far as what's going on here. So you have from top to bottom the construct of this entire palette. So you have your main rigid body or collision, I guess, as far as that fully encompasses the palette. You have your palette itself, which is on the bottom, which has its own collision, because again, we want to take into consideration for the palette, it's actually going to interact with forks. So the way it gives the information when you pick it up with the palette forks, it's going to tell you, I guess, as far as via this dynamic mount trigger, for example. So there's a lot of things going on with just this one palette, I guess, as far as to make it work from a physical level and also informational level. Okay, so what we want to do is rename this so that it makes sense in our scene graph. So kind of the approach that I'm taking here, with each bag, I rename each tension and I actually translate that into our XML2 so it makes sense of what's going on. So pretty much what's going on here in the XML is the same thing that's going on in their scene graph. So that's kind of the idea here. So we're going to rename this feller to bag tension 1. And probably another approach I can take to this is go like this. I'm going to take it from here. Now that's our previous shape. I'm going to end up taking all these out for these individual sacks here in a moment. We don't want to use that anymore. That was our last attempt. So copy this feller and put that onto this shape. Let's paste that there. Cool. Now, I should not have... Awesome. That works out good. So we're going to take out all these tensions and we're going to replace those with our new one. So as you might have come to realize, I guess, as far as some of the pallets, the production pallets that are made by default, I guess, as far as for the, you know, like the Giants productions or a lot of these modded ones, they tend to be pretty simplistic in shape. So they're just in box form, you know, pretty simple shapes. This one's my first attempt, I guess, as far as at a pretty abstract or organic type of shape, I guess, as far as to these. This has been the same process that I've taken, I guess, as far as with a lot of the production palettes. being created for, specifically, I guess, as far as for the Dairyland 4X map. Okay, so there's our collision. We need to cut that and put it into our first sack, which is down here. Actually, I'm going to add some light to this too, so we can see a little bit better what's going on in here. There we go. You can see more of the definition, I guess, as far as in this. We need to paste this feller. Did I already get it in there? Nope. Okay. Just making sure. Alright, so there's our extension shape. Now what we need to do is actually put it in place. Like so. And this should line up much the same way that it did. Let me bring this all back. I know what I can do. Hold on. I need to re-import that. Let me do that. So I do have this model of the original sack. Let's import that. There we go. And we'll need to zero that out so we can get an idea. So this is exactly the way it should look. In comparison, so 3D model, this is how it'll look on actually on our palette. That's kind of what I'm seeing here too. So we got some of the bits, whatever, kind of protruding out from that actual collision. This is where the actual collision will be as far as this gray box. I'll need to turn this into a non-renderable field. Otherwise, if I don't do that, you're going to see this gray box around this bag. We don't want that either. So this is looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I might need to adjust the whole bag down just slightly so it's a little bit lifted off the pallet. I'm noticing. Not by much, but just a little bit. So by redesigning this shape here, I've given myself a little bit of room to actually be able to put these bags more into each other than it previously was. Alright, so we're going to go to this level and bring that down just a touch. So the way I can tell how this is clipping into the palette, see how the green line tends to disappear? I want to bring that up just slightly, so it's like that. Because again, both this palette and this bag is now going to have a collision. So if we have them too far into each other, sometimes those don't play nice when you do that. So you got to have the proper amount of padding or buffer to that so that they'll play nice with each other. So now that's looking good. So I'll take this guy, now that I got that into position, and I'm going to make a copy of this. And I'm going to put this into the next sack. So I'll put this over on this side. So with this translate that I put this in, as far as the position I put in, it should put it in the same position for each of these bags that I put these into. There we go. Sweet. That's looking good so far. So let's put this, put this one in this sack, and so on and so forth. Cool. And I'm going to end up renaming these here so they coincide with which sack number that it's in, and will also coincide with our XML. That's not 100%, that's probably fair to mention, it's not 100% required to do that. What really is the key here is when you make these nodes, these are all what is called i3D mapped. So as long as this node lines up with the name, doesn't matter what it's named, as long as the node to which you're trying to apply the node, yeah, so the name to which you're trying to apply the node actually will line up. That's what's the key is. Not really the name. I can name these anything I want. It's the node that's really going to make the difference, I guess, as far as how the game actually recognizes it. So, okay, so we are good there. We need to, should still have that copied, so we'll go ahead and paste it into this bag. Moving right along. And then the other thing I'm taking a look at, see how much gap that I have in there? I have a little bit more room between each bag now because I don't have the physical bag, you know, I don't have the collision for the bag as I did previously going to the extremes of that. So I'll have a little bit more room to put these bags a little bit closer together. That was kind of the other thing I was going for. So I need to be on this bag. So I can bring that a little bit closer. And I can use the green box, you know, as far as that marquee for that rigid body. I can use that as a guide. That's a little too close, so I'm going to give it a little bit of padding, a little bit of a gap there, not much. Sometimes, and this is what I've had to play around with just about every production pallet, is just to make sure, this is how we tweak it. It gets as far as to get them to play nice. All about getting these to play nice so that they not only function correctly, gets as far as to strap them, but also being able to lift them up there, and they're not going to be all wonky and stuff. And in a lot of cases, part of the reason why there's a lot of wonkiness with the pallet is because you got collisions that are too close together. That's usually almost the number one reason for that. Alright, so I'm going to copy this Y, and I want to get this bag to that same level. There we go. So now that'll be the same. Cool. So theoretically, that should kind of play nice with it. Alright, so we'll go ahead and recopy this one and put it into this bag. Now, I don't necessarily, you know, I'm taking the approach to, I guess, as far as to add. I could just leave it at 2 levels. This is something else I've been playing around with, to see how much we could put on a pallet, and still easy enough to work with, right? So a lot of the default pallets, they tend to be, whoops, I didn't mean to adjust that one. They tend to be, you know, kind of lower profile, so they might only be as far up to the 2 rows here, or maybe even 1 row. I'm tending to taking this a little bit higher, I guess, as far as to see what we can do with. So far, a lot of the other production pallets that I've created seems to work pretty good. Seem to work pretty well. This is just another test, I guess, as far as that we're doing, just as far as in comparison to the other production pallets that have been made. Alright, so far this is looking pretty good. Now eventually, like I said, I'm going to end up making this collision for that bag that's currently highlighted invisible. So we'll make it non-renderable so that it doesn't actually show once we test it in the game. Okay, so now we can paste it to one more bag, like so. And then we also want to bring that bag to the same level this one is. Okay. I want to go to this level and paste. There we go. Marvelous. Now what we'll do is we'll go through each of these bags, now that we're satisfied with that, and turn these to non-renderable. And all that does is it does not render that material. All it does is it'll still maintain that shape. You just won't. It'll render it non-visible, invisible even. That's all we've done there. So we're going to do that to all these. Non-renderable. And then once I do that, I'm going to rename these tension boxes to their appropriate SAC that they're assigned to, which will coincide that to our XMLs that I've already shown too. There's a lot of things to line up here, as far as to get things to work properly. So yeah, this is kind of what I divulged myself into in between streams. Kind of doing a little bit of modding and modeling, a little bit of scripting even. Alright, so now that that's done, we'll go back to this level. Now I'm going to rename these. I don't need that one. That one's SAC 1, Tension 1. This one's going to be Tension 2. And these are, once again, they're going to line up with what we're naming them here, to that node. So I didn't explain, I guess, as far as the much. So this bag tension 2, if I look at the node for this in our Giants editor, that's going to be this guy. So this node is what's going to be critical. Not so much the name, the semantics of it. It's going to be this node is what the game is going to look at. So all we're doing is we're just applying a name as opposed to just to a node, I guess, as far as to this tension belt shape. Right? That's all we're doing. Okay, so that does line up. Alrighty, so we'll SAC 3. This is going to be tension 3. So basically what it comes down to is what we see in our scene graph should be the same thing as what we see in our XML. and vice versa. 100% not guaranteed. I could have totally left these names exactly the way they are before actually making this adjustment, and it'll read it just fine as long as that node in the XML is where it needs to be in comparison. That's all that really matters. Really really not a necessity to rename these. I like to do it just to kind of keep it making sense in here. So down the road, I guess as far as especially with testing, if it's telling me in the game, for example, as far as if I look in the error log, the dev log, if it's telling me something is wrong with bag tension 1 or whatever, it'll tell me specifically as far as the shape of that. So if I leave them all bag tension 1, it doesn't really give me a lot of information, I guess, as far as which one it might be. It could only be one of these and not all of them. So if I name them more specifically in here, if it specifically calls out, I guess, as far as one of these shapes as being invalid, I'll be able to know more precisely, because as far as which one's the problem. And I can correct it. I can correct it more legitimately. Okay, so that's all done. The only thing left to do here is to remove this light. Now, if I left this light into this thing, what'll happen is when that pallet spawns, it'll actually spawn that light into it, and I don't want that to do that. So yeah, anything other than a vehicle, vehicles won't do that. So if it's actually defined as a vehicle in a game, it's not gonna matter as much. When it's a placeable, when it's a pallet, or things of that nature, if you leave the light, if I was to leave this light in here, it would actually spawn a light. So it would be like a blast of light, I guess, as far as when that pallet spawns. And if you have multiple pallets spawning in, you have multiple lights along with those pallets in there. It's super duper funny when it does that, but it's not really what you want, because obviously lights can, too many lights, I guess, as far as in one area, can actually drop your frame rates, I guess, as far as pretty terribly. So we want to try to eliminate that as much as possible. So we take the light out, everything else is done here. So now what I'll do is I'll save this as our salt palette. I will not need that tension I3D anymore. I can remove this. Do not need that anymore. Just kind of cleaning up the mod folder so when I zip it up, it doesn't have a lot of junk in there. It's another way I like to test these mods too. The other thing I want to do is actually resave the XML. We'll go ahead and save that. I did make some changes to it previously there, and I think, if I remember right, it was to the mass of this. So my solver iterations and my mass, I think I did adjust that. And I've been playing around with the quantity. So I want to get as much out of this as possible, I guess, as far as per pallet. That's been kind of my lucky number here, is to do 4,000 liters and a lot of these production pallets that are being designed for the Dairyland 4X. It just gives a little bit more capacity in there. So far, everything else that I've tested this has worked out pretty good. So the fact that this is going to be a custom fill type, this is not in the game, and there has been some problems, I guess, as far as me using this fill type. So it's been kind of hit or miss, I guess, as far as, because there is already road salt that's actually a default fill type in the game. So the fact that I'm using the same characters as what's already in the game, it sometimes gets a little finicky. So that's gonna be another part of the test too, I guess, as far as to make sure that the game will actually recognize that. So another thing I've had to do, I guess, as far as to have the game recognize this new field type, is to actually create a field types XML. So this is how we can get the game to actually recognize this as a usable fill type. So all of these here, as far as in the economy, so all these different periods, so this would be January, so all 12 months, let's just put it that way, January all the way through to December. So you can have it be a different price at different times of the year if you wanted to, for example. So the price for these basically $1.20 per liter. So the fact that I have them at $4,000, you can kind of do the math there. It's going to be a little bit more than $4,000 per pallet, I guess, as far as when we produce these, if we were to sell them. Now, it's probably another thing I should probably mention. The primary use for these salt pallets is going to be as an input to the dairy production. So to also add it, I guess, as far as a sellable item, this is part of the reason why we have to set it up this way. I'll probably end up adjusting some of these values in the future, I guess, as far as part of the development of this. But for now, we're just going to leave it at these default values here. This is how you would set it up, I guess, as far as what type of price you would want it at different times of the year. Right now, it's just going to be uniform all throughout the year, as far as the value of one. So it'll be a little bit more than $4,000 for a full pallet. One pallet of salt will be a little over $4,000 worth of product. This as far as just for clarity on that. Alright, so we did save this. Okay, we're all good to go there. And I'll just confirm it here to make sure that it did save. So we have our i3D for our pallet and also our XML for that pallet all saved up. So now what we can do is we can zip this bad boy up and get her tested out. We'll select that all. Add that to an archive. I tend to like to use 7-zip. I really like the compression values, I guess, as far as that exists, I guess, as far as for 7-zip. Seems to work out pretty good. Alright, so now we can completely test this now. So we'll cut this out of our mod folder. I'll do this off screen here. And what the heck? Put it over here. Alright, just kind of moving some stuff around here, because as far as to make sure we got room, so I can bring this over to... Alright, let's push this over here. We're going to blast this bad boy right there. Sweet. Now I'll be able to pull that out of here over to my other PC here, because first we can get this tested in the game. Okay, so let's go over here. So let me bring this up real quick. And once I get that in there... Okay, that's my progress. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and switch this over. You can kind of see what's going on here. So all I'm doing is taking that zipped folder that we'd made for our salt production mod. And we're going to copy this over to our mods directory of our game. Paste that in there. And I've already been testing this in the game, so yeah, so I'm going to overwrite that. And now we're good to go into the game. So let's go ahead and bring it on over to the game. Let me get the game loaded up. And once I got it loaded up, I'm going to check out and see what's going on with it. Take just a moment. You know what? I did not raise up the... I'm going to raise up the volumes a little bit for the in-game volume so you can kind of get that going. There we go. Alright, let's bring this on over. So we're in the game. Now all we gotta do is just load up a new save. And I'm gonna do this. I do most all my testing in New Farmer. That's probably another fair mention. I have not tested on the Dairyland map, I guess, as far as all the different levels as of yet. It does have some select, it's kind of a test bed, I guess, as far as of starting equipment. It's by no means, I guess, as far as considered to be final. So anything that you see once I get this this map loaded up there is not final. Okay. So we're gonna check out. So the thing I need to bring up here is my dev log. Let's see if we got any warnings or errors for this thing. So far, the only thing that I've had an issue with, like I've already mentioned, I guess, as far as is the salt fill type. So I've kind of turned off, I guess, as far as the salt fill type of sorts for the map. at least anyway. So let me bring this down here. Okay, so just to kind of go through this, just to make sure that we do not have any warnings or errors that we don't want to have. Oh, I didn't realize I had this one for the info layer. So one of the things that I've been... Oh, we got an invalid case. My bad. That's easy to fix. So the fact that this warning here is telling me I got an invalid case for my info layer for my soil map. So that has to do with precision farming. That's probably another thing fair to mention, I guess, as far as with the map. It does have the startings, at least anyway, if they have a... So all that warning there is telling me is I have a capital letter somewhere that it shouldn't be. I'll have to double check that, I guess, as far as for my GRLE file for my soil map for precision farming for the map. Okay, that's something I kind of overlooked from previous. Alright, so this other warning, I guess, as far as... So there's the salt type. Might be a little bit hard to read, but there is one for salt, which I've kind of turned it off, as I already said, I guess, as far as from the map until I get this all figured out. That's why I'm building the salt production first. Once I get that all figured out, then I can be able to hopefully re-implement that into the map and not have this warning. The other warning that I'm getting is for the food for the animals, typically for the cows. That seemed to be the case, I guess, as far as with even with the version of Dairyland for Farm Sim 19, seems to be holding true. Same thing, I guess, as far as for 22. I don't know if we'll be able to get rid of that warning or not. Everything seems to work. You know, as far as testing goes, everything seems to be working the way it's intended. So whether or not I'll be able to get that warning removed or not, that's still yet to be seen. So I'll have to remember that, I guess, as far as with the info layer for that. Just a little bit of a naming convention there is all. Nothing serious. Okay. So nothing related, I guess, as far as to our self-production, I guess, as far as of yet. So here you go. Here's a short little teaser, I guess, as far as of what the Dairyland map 4X is looking like up to this point. We do have a tractor supply. You have your main store over here. Just kind of do a quick little tour, like a dime tour. That is the co-op. It's still not 100% complete. Do have the iconic smiley face water tower, which you can actually get water from that for a price. That's the way that one's designed. So we got our main farm, and again, this is by no means considered to be final. I want to make that 100% clear. So I have put, you know, some minimal equipment here, I guess, as far as primarily to deal with this alfalfa field that will spawn, I guess, as far as on new farmer mode. So most of the equipment that is by default, the starting equipment here will be to tend to this alfalfa field. So this is the alfalfa crop, I guess, as far as we have custom, I guess, as far as to the map. You can mow it. Once you plant it, you don't need to replant it. It can be fertilized as far as to get a better yield, especially with precision farming. Kind of adds to that. So there's additional aspects, I guess, as far as what they have in precision farming applied. So either way you go about it, I guess, as far as the way this map will play, use precision farm if you'd like to. You don't have to.
Chavez 496 says rock.
What's up, Rye? What's up? Trying out that text-to-speech. What's going on there, Chavez? Has it been a minute? I'm just kind of showing off a little bit what's going on with the Dairyland 4X development. So not so much a stream, I guess, as far as to showcase the map, but we are going to be testing some things in the map, I guess, as far as to include our salt production. Same stuff, different day. Yep, I get you. Totally get you. Yeah, appreciate you trying out that TTS there as well, as far as the text-to-speech. That's a new item that's been applied, I guess, as far as to the channel point redemption. So if you want to get my attention other than using the sound alert redemption, so feel free to use that. Appreciate you trying that out, and let alone stopping by. So we're going to put this salt production down and test our pallets out. I can actually spawn one of these pallets too. I think I want to do that first, actually, because it's really the pallets that I want to test out. So all the changes that we just made, prior to coming into the game here and checking out the map. I'm going to spawn this. Go ahead and spawn one of these. So I got my trusty dusty development, easy development.
Tyson says, well, would you look at that?
Would you look at that? How are you doing there, Joe? Would you look at that? What is going on, Joe? Okay, let's try this out. So what we want to do is go into here. What I love about the latest updates to the easy development controls, especially for testing purposes, is the fact that it's broke down to things that are in here in the form of mods and DLCs. It's pretty cool. So the fact that, yep, that's one of my. So we got our cow meat. What we want to test is the salt. So there's our salt pallet. So we can.
Jarvis 496 says, hit the pace car.
So you're gonna use it that way, as opposed to the sound alert now? Is that gonna be the new one? Not much, just farming. You're farming. What are we farming on? I kind of caught what you meant there, Joe. What are we farming on there, Joe? Yeah, so is that going to be the new sound alert there, Chavez, as far as use the TTS instead of National Hit the Pace Car? That one still should be in the sound alert, the channel point redemptions. All right, so we just spawned. Whoops, using the wrong keyboard, my bad. So there is our salt pallet, so that's working so far. Yep, that's working pretty good. Gotta love it. So the other thing I want to do, I'm going to get myself, I'm going to move my. So even though the store is over there, I'm just going to move it a little bit closer here. I'm going to put this guy over here. Gotta love store deliveries. I'm going to put that fella right there. Gotta love it. Back and forth? Yeah, absolutely. You have that option anymore now. You got more options like that. So I'm going to bring out my International TranStar 2. This is still not 100%.
The pace car.
There you go.
Hit the pace car. What for?
Yeah, what fours? Yeah, so you got both options now. That's pretty cool, huh? Yeah, so this one here is a totally work in progress here. The thing that really bugs me about this thing, and I haven't figured out an easy enough way, I guess, as far as to get all the shine off it. Everything just looks like it's been lubed up with baby oil, and that's the only thing I don't like about it. But it's still a work in progress. But anyway, it's not what we're here about. I've had it that way for quite a long time. It's just like I've gotten it to the point where I can use it, so I just kind of leave it that way. So what I want to do is bring out our auto load trailer, and this is just to test it out. I don't have to use the auto load. I can manually put it up there if I want to. I don't have to use the auto load, but it does have the auto load feature to it. And this does work beautifully with the pallet specialization mod. That's how this auto load trailer works. It works wonderfully, I guess, as far as with these custom pallets. So I do have that available, I think, in the Rock Nation Discord. I know I've got it over at a couple other Discords too, for anybody that does want to have that available. It's really nice. It also has the ability of hooking these up in tandem. This is something else that I've applied there. You can hook these up with a dolly and hook them up in tandem. So whether or not you want to use the auto load feature, I guess, as far as with it, or just manually load them, it's kind of versatile in that fashion. Anyway, we got these loaded in. Leroy Jenkins, yeah, it's in there. You can do that either the TTS. I believe the Leroy Jenkins is it's got some bits applied to it. I think is what that one is. That one, I feel it's a pretty trolly type of sound alert, so I figure I leave that more. You know what? I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. I'm sure that game sound might be a little loud for y'all, so I'm gonna turn it down just a touch. There we go. I don't want to blast anybody's eardrums out. Okay, so let's get this hooked up. I am using keyboard and mouse for this. I haven't taken the initiative, I guess, as far as to get the steering wheel out, although it is right over there. No, y'all can't see it, but keyboard and mouse seems to work pretty good, I guess, as far as for just doing testing, at least anyway. If I was to full-on play this out, you know, do a playthrough of this, I would totally. But we're not doing that, so that's all right. So I need to turn. There we go. Loads it right up on there, sweet. And now let's strap it. So this has been my issue as far as how they strap. Yeah, it's still doing the same thing that it was. It will not strap over the pallet. Now, let me take a look at our devlog. And it's doing the same thing. So what I forgot to do is to actually apply it as a CPU mesh for our new shape. So that's something else I'm going to have to adjust. Hopefully, once we do that, it'll actually have that strap go over the pallet. I'm hoping. We're gonna cross our fingers. That's why we got to cross. Oh crap! Oh damn! Whoa! Damn! We got everything. Whoa! Things just blasting off here. Holy crap! I heard a couple of follows there. Appreciate the follows. Deuce coming in with that thick raid. Holy mackerel! Yowza! You know, this was totally impromptu. I guess as far as this was probably fair to mention. That's probably going to be residual, I guess, as far as for the follow alerts. Keeping in mind, I guess, as far as my... I don't know why those are playing. I apologize for that. That's my old follower alert sound, so don't mind that. Don't mind that. I need to figure out why that's still happening. Yeah, so those follows, appreciate the follows, by the way. We're still working on... we still got 2 days left. So that's why I figured that was another reason why I kind of figured to come in here. Trying to get that follower goal up there so we can actually, yeah. Appreciate that. Holy crap. I need to catch up here, I guess, a little bit. Bob coming in with the resub. Holy crap.
Bob says, rock on, buddy.
Has it been another month already? Holy mackerel. Wow, that month flew by. So you got 14 months in total. Appreciate that. The new follows, we got Paulos, I think I just followed, and Bird. Appreciate the follows. Welcome on in, everybody. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of testing, I guess, as far as with some of the productions for the development of the Dairyland Forex map. So a little bit of a quick tour, I guess, as far as like what's going on here. So we're at the main farm. None of this, as I've already said, is final. I want to make that abundantly clear. So I do have the makings of some of the starting equipment, for example, primarily to take care of this alfalfa field, which is a custom crop.
496 says, blame Bob.
Blame Bob. Always blame Bob. Right there, Chavez? Is that TTS coming across loud enough for y'all? Hopefully. I can always turn that up a little bit, too. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. I kind of feel like I might be coming in a little bit late. Hopefully everybody can hear that. Bob playing some... Oh, we almost got the jackpot. Holy mackerel. Everybody popping off. Appreciate everybody joining Deuce, I guess, as far as on that raid. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome on in. Yeah, feel free to supplement those units of fluids by playing those mini games. Raid and run today. I get you there, Deuce. Got to get dinner ready. Looking forward to Dairyland 4X. We'll have to watch it. Holy crap. Oh, that scared the crap out of me. That's definitely a little loud. Yeah, that should have got everybody's attention. Welcome in, TJ. Welcome in. Yeah, totally.
Chavez 496 says, hit the pace R.
she kind of said that wrong. Did you do that on purpose there, Chavez? I think you did. This is the pace R. That's funny. She actually said it exactly the way you typed it too. That's super hilarious. Super hilarious. Yeah, pizza. So yeah, definitely feel free, I guess, as far as to look back. I'm not gonna go too much into the Dairyland map, I guess, as far as that. This has been primarily, I guess, as far as just to show what's going on with a lot of the development of the productions for it. So one of the things I have been working on as of late, you know, and I just happen to be working on this, is just like, you know what? I need to start streaming this more. So whether or not there is an interest, I guess, as far as to see more of this, I guess, as far as on a regular basis, I might try and do this more on the Mondays, because that's primarily what I'm doing anyway, as far as working on the map. And it's getting to the point where it's already, as you see it, is already usable, with exception, I guess, as far as to some of the inputs, I guess, as far as for the dairy production, which is over there. this is one of the ingredients for it, is these salt pellets. Now, as you can see, this is prior to Deuce coming in with that raid. Part of the problem that I'm having, and I'm hoping it's just related to that CPU mesh error that we were getting. So all this yellow that you see there, that tension belt shape, I guess as far as that we previously applied, coming in here and tested that. Hopefully when I fix that, this will allow the tension belt to go over the pallet and not through it like it is. So that's what we need to adjust and see if we can get that fixed. Yeah, you definitely missed the C for sure. Chavez playing some slots. We got everybody getting on the mini games. So we got the slots you can play for 10 units of fluid per play. So pretty cheap. Call them dime slots if you like. We also have, you can risk some of your fluids, exclamation point risk, and it works just the same as gambling. You can gain or lose units of fluids when you do that, so keep that in mind. You can also minister yourself a shot, and those are on reserve, so those are a premium type of command, so you can only give yourself a shot every few minutes. So just keep that in mind, I guess, as far as that goes. So if you want to do that, you can definitely get a dud sometimes. The maximum amount of unit of fluids you can get on a shot is 100. The jackpot, you can get the most. The most fluids, if you get all three Mr. Robots, I guess as far as in a jackpot, you can get 1,000 units of fluid. So just a fair mention, I guess, as far as how some of those mini chat games work. So if you want to play those, feel free. That's what they're there for. You will need those units of fluids, I guess, as far as for participating on special events on the channel, like game giveaways, Steam Game Guild giveaways. So definitely feel free to supplement those units of fluid. You are earning units of fluids as the stream is live, so also keep that in mind. You can always check your units of fluids by exclamation point fluids as well. Hopefully all that made sense. If you have any other questions, I guess, as far as to how the stream works here, feel free to ask. We're going to get out of the game here so we can actually make some adjustments to our game. To some stuff. Alright. Cosmic Void, welcome on in. You missed the stream yesterday. We did not stream yesterday, actually, there, Cosmic, but welcome on in. We did not stream yesterday. We did on Saturday, but not yesterday. This is very impromptu. I'm kind of feeling this out to see how this is going to go. And Deuce definitely made... oh, shoot. I did not mean to save that. I forgot to turn off my... Another follow coming on in. Is that Veltex? Am I saying that right? Veltex1, welcome on in. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, probably on Saturday there, Cosmic. Welcome on in, like I said, by the way. What game are you playing right now? We're testing out Farm Sim 22. This is part of a development of Dairyland 4X map that we're working on. I forgot to turn the autosave up. I need to figure out why those are still playing. Those should not be playing. I don't know why that's happening. So that's definitely some work I need to do on the alerts. So for whatever reason, my alerts are a little bit wonked out there. So if you're hearing that residual sound alert, that's for my old follower alerts. I don't know why it's still doing that, so I apologize for that. Anywho, let's get this switch back over to... need to work on some stuff. Alright, here we go. So we're back at our mod folder. And we need to do some adjustments, obviously. So let's do that. So, what you saw for that warning that was coming up for that CPU mesh, that was based on these tension belt shapes here. So, you have your shape, I guess, as far as for the actual sack. And then you have your simple shape, I guess, as far as these cannot be too complex. If you make them too complex, which we already went through that, I guess, as far as to make them very simplistic in shape. So we don't have any invalid shape anymore, so that's probably a good thing. But what I did miss was to turn that collision, this tension belt shape, into a CPU mesh, which is all I got to do is just check that on. That should do it for all these. Yeah, because that's based on this material name. That's good. True Man of War, welcome on in. Welcome on in. I'm sure you're probably coming in on from Deuce's raid. Nice. Chavez, are we on the road? I guess as far today. Just a fair mention. I know, hopefully you're able to just enjoy, I guess, as far as the stream as opposed to being on the road. But if you're on the road, definitely stay safe. Okay. I think I'm caught up with chat. So all I did, just right there, is to turn that. This is the warning we were getting. This mesh here was not a CPU mesh, and the way it, so we know that the game, this is where the clarity that I get, we know it's recognizing this as a belt tension shape because of how we've got this noted, NODE noted in here, as far as this node is actually lined up with our XML, right? So we know it is reading that shape as a tension belt shape, so because we got our node lined up properly. So the fact that it's recognizing that shape, all these shapes, as a non-CPU mesh, now if I make this correction, and again, these are all based on the actual material name I mentioned, so this is what I was explaining earlier. These material names actually do help you line things up, I guess, as far as to have more clarity, not only to the game, but for you as a coder, you know, for coding these things up here. So the fact that I've only applied that to one tension shape is actually applying it to all of them because of that material name. So that's it saves a little bit of time, I guess, as far as having to go through each one, especially if you got more than what I got here, which, trust me, I do have some production pallets that do have many more than this in it. This is a pretty simple pallet. This is the pallet that we just tested in the game. So we're gonna try and make this adjustment here, zip it back up, and we'll test it out again and see what happens. You don't understand anything I'm looking at on stream since I don't do stuff like, yeah, this is part, you know, it's a little bit different from what people are used to, and it's totally understandable. So I'm the type, this is the way my brain works, I guess, as far as I like to create content for games like Farm Sim, and that's basically all you're seeing here. So it's just giving them a little bit more clarity to those that enjoy the games. There's a lot of work that goes behind that to get the stuff that you like to use in that game. And I'm just one of many, I guess, as far as that does create content for the game. Appreciate the lurk there, Pizza. That's why we're so happy to have J-Rock around, so we don't have to think about it. Yeah, there you go. See, Bob's got it. Bob knows. Bob knows. So, like, if any point you don't 100% understand, I try to keep it as much in layman terms as possible. But if there's definitely something that doesn't make any sense, feel free to ask. That's kind of like why I like to do these types of streams. Not only do I like to play the games, like Farm Sim 22, but I also like to create content for it. And I've got a little bit of information, I guess, as far as how things need to be created, you know, the complexity of it. So the fact that we're getting that warning for that and how to fix it. So if you're seeing these different types of problems in the game, it kind of gives you some clarity of what you need to do to fix it. So I'm not at all, I mean, it's everyone else's choice, I guess, as far as if you want to download the Giants editor and play around with this stuff, feel free. That's what it's out there for. It's freely available. It's not anything that's a big secret or anything like that. But if there's some insight I can give you, I guess, as far as the creation of items, this is what I kind of like to do in between streams. And I figure, since I'm usually doing this mostly on all my off days on the channel, I figure I'd just go ahead and show it. I've been kind of, I sit here and constantly tell myself, you know, it's like, I just need to stream this, you know, because I'm already doing this, and I think other people would like to know. Also, just to see the progress that's being made on the development of the Dairyland 4X map, yeah. Heck, if I finish the challenges on ATS and can't even find the prizes? You finished both challenges? What do you mean? You talking about the Christmas event and the Texas events? Did you redeem those in your World of Trucks? Gotta make sure you redeem those in your World of Trucks. They're not just gonna spawn into your game. You have to make sure you go over to... Okay, so you did? Yeah, I'm not sure then. Not sure then, Bomb. If you went over to World of Trucks and actually redeemed those, it should be in there. That's usually the way it works for me anyway. So that's another game I guess that I like to divulge and have created some content for, minimally. Mostly paint schemes, you know, skins for trucks and stuff like that. That's been my primary focus, I guess, as far as for ATS. I've kind of dabbled a little bit, I guess, as far as with creating other mods, but most of the ones I like to use in ATS, they're already created, so I tend to just rely on those creators, I guess, as far as to update those accordingly. You haven't done World of Trucks in so long. I mean, that should be already linked to your ATS there, Bob. So yeah, that's probably something else I'd make sure too, that it's actually linked. Your World of Trucks is linked to your ATS. That might be why you're not seeing it either. So you might be going to World of Trucks and redeeming it, but if your World of Trucks isn't linked to your ATS, that might be another reason why you're not seeing it. Just a couple things to check anyway. Gigi coming on in. Whoa, I didn't even see you. Did I miss your Gigi coming in? Holy crap. You gotta get some paperwork to fill out for, oh, that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good, Gigi. Hope that goes well for you. Yeah, it was definitely a good raid. I appreciate Deuce bringing everybody over. I know Deuce was probably a little bit interested in probably finding out. I know Deuce has been one of those, I guess, as far as that's been wanting to see the Dairyland 4X completed. I'm the same way. Don't get me wrong. Being the creator of it, my tentative schedule for the completion of this is by the earliest. And again, this is not by any means to be taken as a formal release, but by early March, so before official spring. That's my goal. Whether or not that'll actually happen, that's still yet to be seen. As long as these different items that I'm creating for the productions of it, you know, as long as I don't continue to have problems like I am with this salt pallet, for example, I should stay pretty much on track. But if anything, this should give people some insight, I guess, as far as to, you know, what's going on. So if there does tend to be some interest, I guess, as far as to see this on a regular basis on Mondays, I wouldn't mind doing it. But there has to be the interest for it too. I figured I'd give this a go, and Deuce kind of came in hot there, I guess, as far as I figured. If that was one of the cases there, I wouldn't mind doing it. I'm usually doing this anyway, regardless. Usually, like I said, on my other off days, the channel, my primary days are Wednesdays and Saturdays, but I'm usually doing this type of stuff off schedule of the channel anyway. So I'm just looking to see if maybe there's any more adjustment I need to make here. I don't think so. I'm liking the way this looks, so I just needed to change that to CPU mesh. So now what I'll do is go ahead and save this over again. Stop your flapping my gums and let's go at it. Let's see, you won the court case. Just have to read the X's lawyer's paperwork to make sure they aren't trying to change the agreement. Okay. Yeah, good luck with that, GG. I like watching creative minds at work. Hey, welcome on, Crystal. I know if I saw you chime in. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. So I enjoy watching others mod. Might pick up something I haven't seen before. Yeah, absolutely. Welcome on in there. I don't want to say that name wrong. Is that Ola? I'm going to call you Ola. Definitely correct me if I'm wrong on that. So coming in so you might have some information too. So what I'm primarily focusing on, if I haven't made that abundantly clear, are some production pallets, custom production pallets. This turning out to be, I guess, as far as a salt pallet, right? And what we're trying to get resolved out here is how the tension belt shape, which is a very simplistic tape, it can't be too complex, otherwise the game gets very angry. So we have made a simple shape, I guess, as far as for that. And that's what you see highlighted there. And that's going to be present on each bag. So the last test that we just did there was basically yelling at us, I guess, as far as the fact that it did not have a CPU mesh to it. This is also why you want to keep those shapes for the tension belt shape very simplistic and not too wacky, you know, as far as like too complex, because it's going to use the CPU, I guess, as far as to not so much render it, but to actually apply it to. So that's going to be your physical collision to these. So you have your visual level that you see as far as the sack, but this shape that I'm creating here is going to be the physical collision for that, you know, as far as so it has something to interact with. In this case, the tension belts. So the fact that it was just going over the pallet, it's recognizing at this point just the collision for the pallet, but not the bags. So I'm hoping, at least anyway, once I apply this to CPU mesh, it will correct that problem. If it don't, then we got bigger problems that we'll have to resolve. Well, yeah. Yeah, there's all the information, I guess, as far as got the Rock Nation Discord. I'm also on the Twitter. Feel free to follow on the Facebook group page, I guess, as far as it serves as the forum for our modding website, splinedesignstudios.com. So this is kind of like an extension, this stream here, of our Spline Design Studios Saturday that I previously used to work on. So Saturdays have been kind of deemed, I guess, as far as for being creative on a different level, so another approach to 3D modeling. I've been playing a lot of builder simulators, like House Flipper, Builder Simulator, and House Builder, just to name a few. So if you want to see any of that, feel free to tune in on Saturdays. So especially if you follow the channel, get the notifications when the streams are live, you'll be able to get all that information for when those happen. Not that you're too familiar with pallets. So, hola, and again, hopefully I said that right. You mentioned you're a modder. Do you focus more on like vehicle, like equipment type of mods, or that? Because that's really not my forte. I can adjust certain things like aesthetics to it, you know, as far as data configuration, stuff like that, to actually make an actual model of the tractor like that. That's totally out of. I've tried it before, going all the way back as far as Farm Sim 17. I tell you what, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of scripting, and so on. So, as far as how much time that I like to take, you know, how much time that I have available, I guess, as far as to work on modding content, I guess, as far as for Farm Sim 22, maps seems to be, you know, doing maps, I guess, as far as seems to be more my wheelhouse. So particularly productions. I love working on productions, and I do have something more to show, I guess, as far as once we. Hopefully we can get these pallets figured out. Once we get these pallets figured out, I can show more, I guess, as far as what's going along with the salt pallet, because there is a production that goes along with the salt pallet. It's only the one side of the equation. So, just to give more clarity to that. Alright, so we already saved that. I also want to resave our XML, go along with this pallet. So, I don't really need to, but I'm going to do that anyway. Okay, so what we did, there's my salt production. This is everything I got in progress, I guess, as far as still. And this is just one of many. So you've made a couple of trailers, slurry tank, and currently trying to complete a bale wrapper. Nice, bale wrapper combo. Well, what I've spent most time on is a map. Nice, so you're working on maps too. Sweet. Well, from one map creator to the other, to another, welcome on in. Yeah, so this, there's a lot of things that I have been able to figure out. Another reason why I decided to stream what's going on. It's been probably a good year trying to get things figured out. Now that a majority of the patches for Giants, you know, for Farm Sim 22 has come out, it's been a little bit easier, I guess, as far as to be able to get things to work the way we want. As far as from a modding standpoint, and I'm sure you can probably appreciate that too there, Ola. So, yeah. Alright, so all we need to do now, we got that all saved up. We can re-zip this up. Let's do that. I like to use 7-zip. So, if anything too, there should be a little bit for everybody, I guess, as far as how to create a mod. You know, what's the process, I guess, as far as doing that. There's some video clips that I do have on the YouTube channel, !YT, if you want to check that out. There is some information over there that gives you some clarity, I guess, as far as how to create a mod, either from Giant's default equipment or a mod from scratch. A lot of information there. Feel free to check that out, like I said, if you wish. Appreciate all the people that have shown the YouTube channel some love. I do need to get some more content over there. I've recently gotten some videos over there that involve American Truck Sim, primarily focusing around the Cruising Texas event and also the Christmas event, which were ran simultaneously. That's the first time that World of Trucks has ever done that. So that was a little bit interesting, I guess, as far as how we got those all accomplished. There's the YouTube channel. Here's Chavez checking it out. There's been some good updates during the last year. Oh, absolutely. We're seeing a lot of really cool maps and a lot of cool mods coming out with all these. The majority of the patches coming out. So I just noticed in the Giants realms there that they patched as of recent, I guess, as far as the Platinum package, the Platinum expansion. I do not have that. That's probably just a fair mention. I'm not really into logging, I guess, as far as the map that comes with the Platinum. That's probably about the only reason why I haven't gotten it. But for those that are into logging, I'm sure that's probably a blessing. So it has a lot of really new equipment that involves yarders and stuff like that. And I have seen some gameplay of it. It looks really cool. But like I said, I'm not really that much into logging. And that's the only reason why I haven't gotten the Platinum expansion. But for those that have, I have noticed that there was an update to that Platinum expansion as of late. Alright, so I'm just going to get this moved over. Yep, so let's get to my folder here. Okay, let me switch this over real quick. You'll see what's going on. Alright, so all we're doing is taking that mod zip from our in progress stuff. It's all my working folder, I guess, as far as for lots of mods I got here. Copy that, and we're going to put that into our mods folder. And we're going to overwrite the one that was already in there. This one's an update. You're going to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Appreciate that subscription there, Cosmic. I don't know if you knew, you don't have to zip the folder. No, you do not. Make it in the game. I noticed you can see with the reason why I like to zip it is I want to make absolutely sure. This is just a method to my madness, because the Dairyland map, as you can see here, this is not zipped. I keep that open because I'm constantly, over each day, the more I get to work on it, I'm constantly having to add, new items to it and adjusting things. So I leave that totally unzipped. The only thing it's going to do in your game is to make it. This is going to give you a warning saying that unzipped mods are not accepted in multiplayer, right? But they'll still totally work in single player. So yeah, totally aware of that. And that goes for anybody that gets as far as that didn't know. I notice you keep your work in process mod in different. Yes, I do keep those in different folders. Absolutely. I have a method to my madness on that too. So if I make a boo-boo in the form of if I make a boo-boo, I guess, as far as prior to getting it over to the game and zipping it up, I have a copy. So if I have to, I already have the previous zip, I guess, as far as over in the mods folder. I can unzip that and start over, right? So that's my method to my madness, I guess, as far as if I do screw up, which does happen more than I care to want to count. So that's why I keep it in two entirely separate locations. I never do any of my modding right from the mod folder, ever. So even to include the map that I've been working on, that's in a separate folder. So if I work on the map, it's in a separate mod folder. And if I made a boo-boo, I can always revert. Like if it was a serious boo-boo that I made, I can always go back to the previous rendition of that mod, be it the map or another mod like this Salt Production, and revert back to it so that I can totally start over. That's my failsafe, I guess, as far as that goes. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So that's what it basically comes down to, is having a backup. Don't save yourself the trouble. I know it's very easy, I guess, as far as to just mod everything you want to work on, I guess, as far as right from the mods folder. There's a lot of modders that I've come to know, I guess, as far as that do it exactly that way. But then they run into the problem, I guess, as far as so I've learned from that mistake I've actually done it enough times to be like, you know, this is silly. There's no reason why I can't make a separate folder so that I can make the changes that I need to, and then have a backup there. Because as far as if I do screw something up on one end, I can always revert. It's this simple. Okay, so we got that mod over to our mods folder. Now we're just going to load up the game here real quick. So I'll just switch this over real quick. Give me one moment. Load the game up. Yeah. Cool. Alright, so we're hoping once we test it out this time around, it's going to actually, number one, not give us a warning, but it'll actually strap over the pallet. That's what we're hoping for anyway. Alright, so let's bring this back over. Here we go. Would you ever play World of Tanks Blitz? I have played it. Or Cosmic Void. It's a fun game. Don't get me wrong. I think it's better when you... It's a very grindy game too. So I think it's much more fun, I guess, as far as to play it collaboratively with other people you know, as opposed to just going in there random. It's not as fun. So it's not that I haven't tried it. Not that I haven't tried it. Okay, so here we are in the game. So let's go try this out. You need to go into new save game. Oh, and it did say that I forgot to turn off the autosave on it, so I'm going to delete that guy. That was from our previous test. Don't need that anymore. And this is all, so everything that I'm showing here, I guess as far as with the Dairyland 4X, this is not final. I want to make that abundantly clear. And I'm going to sound like a broken record saying that, but anything you see in here, I guess as far as the development of the map, is not final. It's still in, it's a work in progress. Yeah, so some of the stuff that I got on the YouTube channel, if you're newly subscribed to that, you'll find majority of the games that I do play, which is, I played some 7 Days to Die, obviously Farm Sim 22, American Truck Simulator, and a lot of builder simulators. I haven't gotten a lot of the builder simulators that I've played on Saturdays over to the YouTube channel as of yet. Part of the reason for that is a lot of the VODs that I live stream here on the Twitch channel, they get muted. So that's been a little bit of a, I don't know why. I've been in communications, I guess, as far as with Twitch to understand why most of my Saturday streams that do showcase, I guess, a lot of the builder simulators I play are getting muted. But yeah, I've even come to notice that once it goes over to YouTube, it's doing the same thing. So I've tried different types of music, to include not to use the in-game music, for example, and it still gets muted.
Hit the pace car! What for?
Cosmic Void trying out that hitting the pace car. Appreciate it. I'm glad to know that the most of the sound alerts are working. I know my follower alert is still broken. So we need to look in here. We got this loaded up here. Did we get any initial errors or warnings? Let's check this out. Let's check this out. One of them I know I need to fix is the one for my info error. It's just not a typo necessarily, but it's a invalid case. So I got a lowercase where an uppercase needs to be and so on for my soil map, which is all for the use of precision farming. So I need to fix that at some point. So that's that warning. That's easily fixable actually. And then making sure, so the salt that I'm going to eventually get built into the map, that's still a warning. That's what I'm still trying to work out there. That's not necessarily an issue. It doesn't need to be resolved. And the only other one still is the one for the animal food. Yep. That seemed to be the same case as I already mentioned, as far as with Farm Sim 19 too. Anytime you mess with the default properties of the animal food in Farm Sim, it seems to not like that. Although everything that I've tested so far still seems to be working much the same as it did for the 19 version of this map. Okay. So we're all good there. So once again, for anybody that's new coming into this here, none of this that I'm showing here as far as the development of the Dairyland 4X map is final. But this is kind of where it's at right now. This is the main farm with I've been trying out just different types of starting equipment. I've taken into consideration most of the starting equipment will be to handle this custom crop of alfalfa over on this field. And to include sprayer over here. This building is totally usable. if you so choose. This is one of so most of the farms with respect to this one is not removable. So this is the only one that's not removable. This is a static farm, but there are 11 other farms. Just going to show the PDA here real quick. And again, this is not final. Can't stress it enough. So all these individual farms, there's 11 of them in total. Any one of these you can purchase at your leisure. So this is one of the cow farms that are in here by default. This farm has I'm still working on it. It's still in development, but it does have the ability for calves, for the baby moo-moos. So I do have the calf igloos, I guess, as far as for that, which are adorned, I guess, as far as with the Dairyland insignia. So this is going to be the area where the moo-moos, the baby moo-moos. Now, the way these work, as far as these igloos, these will spawn in here by default. Something else I forgot to do. I'm going to do that before I forget. I do not want this to save, because we're just testing here. Okay. So, yeah, this is where the area, I guess, as far as, so this area, it loads in by default, I guess, as far as on MapStart. This is all being tested in New Farmer, right? This is a custom barn, I guess, as far as that I made specifically for Dairyland 4X. I've seen another rendition of this. You might see this as being familiar on the mod hub. I don't know if the information that I don't want to start a kind of a pissing match here, but it's like some of the information, I guess, as far as that you share, I guess, as far as what things are being developed. This is why I get a little bit leery, I guess, as far as even sharing some of the stuff that I'm developing here. But if this particular barn looks familiar at all, this is totally my work. So if you've seen something familiar with that, it's totally not related to what I've done. So if you were to buy this this barn, you have complete access to it. All these doors open and such, to include, and I'm still working on, I guess, as far as to make a bale conveyor to go into this. I don't have that nearly complete, I guess, as far as to even show that, but that's just to kind of give a short little tour of what's going on with the Dairyland 4X map, at least anyway. I don't want to give away too much, but yeah. You might end up seeing stuff that, it's like, I've seen that somewhere, and you might have. But stuff like that or whatever, it's completely all my own build. It's been things I've been working on for the better part of a year, and if you happen to see it somewhere else, chances are, again, I'm not trying to start a pissing match, but there's a lot of not so nice people in the modding FS modding community, so I don't want to throw any salt on it or anything like that. So what we need to do is actually go and test our palette again. So what we'll do is we'll go back to, why is it not letting me go to that? Oh, I guess we can't visit. Okay, gotcha. Cool. So we're back over here by the main farm, and that's another thing I need to get kind of sorted out. There's a lot of icons right around this this area here. Some of these I might end up making them not as visible. So there is a hometown printing. So I kind of took the initiative here, I guess, as far as to take somewhat of if you don't have the Platinum DLC, as far as the Platinum expansion for Farm Sim, they do have the ability as far as to create paper products because of the whole logging aspect on that. So what I've done, and this was evident even in the 19 version of the same map, I had the ability, I guess, as far as to make paper via wood chips and water. So that is something that's available over at the Industrial Park. Let me go over there real quick, since we're kind of in the topic of discussion here, I guess, as far as with working on production. So this paper production, I'm still working on this one. Again, it's a work in progress. It's not completely done. But it's using a default Giants building, which what I wanted to be able to do with this is modify this so you can actually, there's some moving parts in this thing. But all this production takes is water and wood chips to make paper pallets. That's another pallet that's already been confirmed that's working great. And then you can just sell those paper pallets. So that there is no use for the paper pallets, I guess, as far as any other production. The salt pallet that I'm trying to produce here is actually going to be used for another production, which is the dairy. This is a custom dairy, although it does use a default Giants building. The productions on this one, there's 5 products that it will produce, to include my own custom cheese, butter, ice cream, yogurt, and it's the only ones I can think of right at the top of my head, but there's 5 products at least anyway. But the ingredients that go into this include the salt. So you will need, you'll be able to sell the salt directly. Appreciate the follows. Look on in. Galvanus. I don't want to say. Galvatronus Gaming. Hopefully I'm saving that right. Welcome on in. Appreciate the follow. Let's see. I take that bet. The worst is when someone takes your hard work and sell it for yeah, there's another one. That's another one we'll allow. I haven't necessarily had that problem. It's mainly, I understand too. The FS modding community is very creative. There's a lot of ideas. A lot of people have the same ideas. I totally get that. And still doing that. I apologize for the residual alerts out there for the follower. That shouldn't be happening. I'll need to get that resolved. That is one of my older follower alerts. So I apologize, I guess, as far as for the residual. I'll have to get that. I thought I had that figured out. I guess I don't. Correct first time. Galvatronus, right? No problem. Appreciate it. That's very nice. Do you do custom packaging pallets for all these? Yes, I do. So just like I was mentioning with the custom dairy, I understand, I guess, as far as that there are cheese and butter and all that stuff, I guess, as far as by default, that Giants has implemented into the game, right? But I have, and I'm just bringing it over from the 19 version of the Dairyland map. I'm just re-implementing those into this 4X version of it for 22. So yeah, they are all custom. All the pallets for these productions are custom in comparison. I'm kind of debating whether or not I want to re-implement, I guess, as far as the tailor shop, the fabric pallets, because I feel the ones that are in the game are pretty decent, to say the least. So what I want to do with my handy dandy easy development controls, I love using this tool for testing stuff. So let's go into this real quick, and we're going to spawn one of these pallets. So we're trying to get this resolved, I guess, as far as to be able to have the salt pallet to be able to strap properly. So we've already made one attempt, at least 2 attempts at this point, to no avail. So we want to go into Mazda DLCs, and we want to bring out, we need a salt pallet. There we go. So there's our salt pallet. So it does spawn out much the same way that it would, I guess, as far as in the production. Okay. So now what we want to do is test this on a trailer, and I'm using a mod trailer that I've created, I guess, as far as I gotta have to double check this, but I think I do have it available on the Rock Nation Discord. And if it's not, I'm gonna make sure that it does, just in case anybody does care to want to have it, because I absolutely love it. Alright, so we need a truck. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and lease this bad boy. And also get our mod auto load trailer. So this one is, as I've already mentioned, I guess, as far as it's designed on the pallet specialization. So you need that mod, I guess, as far as to work with this. That's the only mod that I've come to find that will work with even custom pallets, is the pallet specialization. So all it does is it just recognizes the item as a pallet and not necessarily just a default, in-game Giants pallet, right? So that's why I tend to like to use the pallet specialization mod for the auto load feature, as opposed to most of the other auto load trailers that are out there, because it'll put the physical custom pallet onto the trailer as well, not just a generic. That's why I like to use this. So we're gonna go ahead and lease that bad boy. These will be over at the store. I did not move the store point, I guess, as far as to this location, so I'll have to go get these at a store, which is just right next door. So that's pretty good. Hola, appreciate the follow. Very much appreciated. Now we're gonna end up knocking out that follower goal, I guess, as far as before we know it. That's another reason why I kind of decided, I guess, as far as I figure we only had a couple more days of the month. So yeah. Whoa, 2K. I wish there was some way I could turn that off. I'm gonna have to look at that. That is my old follower alert. If anybody's wondering, as far as why that's playing there. So on top of that, so my follower alert is definitely borked for some reason. I'll have to get that. I thought I had that all resolved, but I guess not. So definitely apologize, I guess, as far as for that playing there again. But welcome on in to the new followers. Very cool. Yeah, I was this very impromptu stream and whatever. I don't normally stream this type of stuff on the Mondays, but if there does tend to be additional interest, I guess, as far as in this, I wouldn't mind doing it, because I'm usually doing this on my off days for stream anyway. So yeah, I appreciate all the new follows. Hopefully that will tend to. Alright, it is on. I just had to make sure that was on. Sometimes that menu for the menu there, I guess, as far as gets a little obscured. I have to kind of move that around, I guess, so I can read it. Alright, so we got this on. That should flip right up on there. Should. Ruh-roh, why is that not? Okay, turn it back on and off. That's interesting. It's not actually recognized that even as a... What the heck is going on here? Oh, there it goes. Let me get a little bit closer, I guess. This is what I like about the pallet specialization mod. Is it will load these custom pallets onto it without making it a generic pallet. Yes, it is an auto load. Absolutely. Sure is, Crystal. And these can also be hooked up in tandem with a dolly. That's why I put the hitch on the back of that. I know I've made this available in Deuce's Discord. And I think I've made this available on the Rock Nation Discord as well. And like I said, I will have to double check to make sure. If it's not, I'll make sure it does get there. For anybody that does care to want to have that, I love this trailer, just as far as dealing with pallets. It does give you the ability not only to auto load, but if you want to manually load them, you can do that as well. Okay. So let's see. How do these strap now? They're still not strapping right. Son of a gun. Still is not recognizing the actual... Yeah, so even... Let me jump out of here. It's still, for some reason, just going right through the bags. Not 100% sure. Now, are we getting any warnings? Yep. So it's still telling me it's an invalid shape. I do not know why that's happening. That is super confusing to me. So the fact that, as I was mentioning before, you want to make the shape, I guess, as far as for that tension belt shape, to be very simplistic. So be it a simple box or whatever the case may be. The fact that it's still recognized it as a invalid shape, I don't know why that is, because all my other pallets seem to work just fine. Now, just to test this, just to kind of prove my point, let's go ahead and spawn more of these other custom pallets for the map. Yeah, that trailer is a mod. Yep. As far as it being, so it's based on one that is on the official mod hub, but as far as I know, last I checked at least anyway, it does not have auto load. It may have changed, I guess, as far as since then. I think the last one that I tested on there, it had, it didn't use this pallet specialization mod along with it, to have the ability as far as to auto load any type of pallet, doesn't matter what fill type it was, right? So there are mods, auto load trailers for pallets that are out there that I do realize that what it'll do is once it puts it on the trailer, it makes it a generic pallet, not what it actually is. Those types I don't like as much. So that's why I tend to like to use these types of trailers. I've made this one myself based on pallet specialization, which is also available on the mod hub. So this particular trailer might have auto load. I haven't checked as of late, as far as to be able to put even custom pallets onto it. But this is the one I've done, at least anyway. And I do not think the one that even on the official Mod Hub has this hitch on the back to be able to hook these up in tandem by the use of a dolly. So that's another feature that I got to this one. So what we're going to do is actually spawn another custom pallet. Might also have to pick your brain on how to add auto load to trailer. Oh, it's not that hard, Joe. It's really not. I had thought about doing a video, I guess, as far as on how to do that, especially with auto load specialization. That's been my approach as of late. That's what I like better, is with the pallet, because what the pallet specialization mod does is all it does is it looks at just the pallet. It doesn't care about the fill type necessarily. Granted, it is built in there, I guess, as far as to pick up the fill type, so that it will actually. So if I were to go into the trailer or into the truck, it's going to show that it's got salt on there, but that's like a secondary function of it. So as far as being able to pick it up, right, in comparison to a lot of other auto load trailers that don't use pallet specialization, it doesn't make it generic, like a generic looking pallet on the trailer. It keeps it the same way. That's what I like about it. Anyway, so what we need to do, but yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that, Joe, I guess, as far as I think for bales, however, you have to place each bale location. Yeah, you got to do the same thing for pallets. It's the same way with pallets. So the way this with the pallet specialization works, you have to set, I don't think it's each location, but you have to set a grid for where you want the pallets to fall. And it's pretty much the same way for bales. You just with pallet specialization, you just give it a grid to where you want either the pallet or the bale to fall, and then it resolves it itself, I guess, as far as where it'll actually put it. So it's not like it was in FS19, for example, where you had to physically put the bales into place. It's much more simplified in that fashion. You just create the grid. So essentially what you would do, you would create the grid for this flatbed. So if you didn't want it to hang over, for example, you'd leave a little bit of a buffer to it. That's kind of the approach I took with this one. And then what it does, what pallet specialization will do, is it'll calculate that area for where the pallets or the bales will fall. And if the bales, be it custom or be it the bales or the pallets themselves, as long as they're designed properly, the spacing for them will automatically get calculated by pallet specialization to put those in the proper location. That's what I was kind of going to demonstrate here. So these other custom pallets that I have, let's check this out. If you don't want to tinker too much with your own auto load, you can make use of the other auto load scripts. Enable table with that mod. Yeah, so the pallet specialization, like I said there, is the one I tend to like to use. The universal auto load mod, Loki's excellent in regards to. See, I tried that one, and that one I didn't like as much as pallet specialization. You know, keeping in mind, like I've already said, there are plenty of other scripts out there for auto load. The pallet specialization is the one I like the most, so I'm kind of more biased, I guess, as far as to that. Totally keeping in mind, I guess, as far as, yeah, there are those other options, right? You're not a huge fan of use for auto load? Yeah, see, and it just depends. See, like for universal auto load, that falls under that premise, like I already said. In a lot of cases, depending on how you got it designed, it's only specific fill types, right? So it actually is reading the fill type to have that spawn onto the trailer or wherever it is you want it to, the pallet or bale to go. So that's another flaw that I felt has existed with universal auto. That may have been changed, I guess, since then. That's why I've always fallen back, I guess, as far as the pallet specialization. The fact that we've got all these different scripts to work with is, you know, to each their own, I guess, as far as whichever one that you find works for you, then definitely use that. Maybe you're just an odd bale. Yeah, so Joe, you can get some more insight too. I'm not the only one here that might know a little bit about that. Alright, so what I'm going to do is test out my other custom pallets here. let's bring up my trusty dusty easy development controls. I primarily love using this tool, I guess, as far as especially with the latest updates, because you can spawn all your mods and DLC stuff. So we already did the salt. Let me try. Let's try our cottage cheese. So this is part of the dairy. We got some cow meat. Let's do that. And so we do got a meat production, a custom meat production on here, which is still in the process of being worked on. It's not 100% done. All right, cool. So I know these work. We've already tested these, but just to kind of prove my point, let's try this out, see what's going on. Alright, first of all, we need to unstrap this. Turn on the auto load. And it should pick these up. Yep, it's picking up one at least anyway. Come on. I don't know why it's being so finicky. Usually it's not this finicky. Usually it's not that finicky. There it goes. So the trigger on it, it doesn't go all the way to the end of the trailer. There it goes. Right, so it is recognizing all those. Now, let's do this. Turn that off. Now if I strap over, it's probably still going to go through the salt pellet, but it should go over the top of the other two. Yep, that is almost exactly what it's doing. So the only reason why it's going over the salt pallet, pretty much for the most part, it's going through it, and that shouldn't be doing that. That's part of my issue that I'm having. So it does go over that one. That's already been tested previously, and also the meat pallet. You know, so those two are working like they're supposed to. So let me actually get another one, and I'll just go ahead and manually throw this up here. I should be able to manually release that. Yep. Oh, and I'm just going to get one more pallet. So let's go ahead. Where's my key? So I've adjusted my hot button, my hotkey, I guess, as far as for these development codes. It's usually on F12 or F11. I put it to 10, only because I don't like making continuous Steam screenshots, which I know you can change that in there too. Alright, let's do... Here's another custom pallet. I was showing the paper production. This is the pallet for that. Alright, so what I also want to do is actually make this so I can actually just pick it up. That's another thing I do like about this easy development controls, is being able to give myself superhuman strength. Yep, turn that bad boy on. Cool. And then now I want to slap this up on here. So we've already seen the auto load works fine with these custom pallets. I'll just kind of simulate, I guess, as far as being able to put it up there manually. So you can see how the strap goes over it. So I know these work, and these are designed much the same fashion. My biggest difference with these types of bags, as I mentioned in the earlier part of the stream, is it's a more abstract shape. You know, so it's kind of more... You know, so the fact most of these are all like simple shapes, like boxes and cylinders. This is the first abstract one that I've tried to make, and I don't know if that's part of my problem too. The fact that it's recognizing that tension belt shape for the salt bags as invalid. Not sure why. If you have a bunch of mods, you can see the tip side in the F1 menu. So exactly. You have a 50-50 chance of having to reload everything. Yep. Auto load, I can actually place the pallets anywhere, wherever I want. I think pallet specialization will do that. I think that one does do that. Usually what I'll do is I'll just have it, just put it on the ground. But I think you can do the same thing there too. Yeah, see how it's got tip left, tip right, tip back. Yeah, let me move over here. Okay, so if we unstrap those. So right now it's going to tip to the left side. I can change it. And that'll tell you, see, there's the grid that I was telling you about there, Joe. So that grid that you design, I guess as far as that gives you an idea of where the pallets are going to land, which is kind of nice. So the fact that I do have it on pallets, I don't have this one set up for bales, so I'll make that perfectly clear too. This particular trailer is not set up for bales, it's only pallets. Hence pallet specialization. But it can be. So this one here, you can actually change it to unloading area left, right, high, low. So if I want to actually raise or lower this onto a deck, say for, oh, that's not what I meant to do. Right control. So if I want to lift this up and put it up onto a dock, it's kind of nice. And I can also move this left and right. This is what's nice with pallet specialization. You cannot do this with universal auto load as far as I recall. I wonder why that's not working on A and D. Right control WS. Oh, it's probably because I'm not hitting the right key. How about that? Alright. I don't know why that's not working. That's interesting. I don't know if I changed my mappings here, but anyway, I can move it up and down. But it does have the options in there, I guess, as far as to move it. I think that's what you were talking about there, Joe. Alright, let's move that back down. Let's go back this way. There we go. So, that's one thing I do like about that, is being able to put it up onto a dock. Which I do have one over at the industrial park. So what we want to do right now, it's going to go to the left. As you can see the grid there, we can go this way, this way. That's in the back. There's the grid for the back, and then you can adjust it high or low or whatever you choose, and then we can just want to spit those out and unload it. Ta-da! Cool. Now, I don't know about what you mentioned there, Joe, as far as being able to pick up just the particular ones off the ground. So if you have all this collage of different pallets there, if you only wanted to pick up a certain one, that I don't have set up with this one here. So if it does have that option there, I don't have it set up that way right now. True, you can't do that with universal auto load. I guess I'm simple, man. No, I mean, that's to each their own, like I was saying. I guess as far as, if anything, hopefully it'll give you some insight with what is available for use with the pallet specialization. So in either case, you're going to end up, well, I think with universal auto load, that's probably the other thing that's different with universal auto load. You don't have a separate mod that you have to have loaded with your trailer. That's all built in, so it's the script, you just put it directly as a script into your mod. So it's not a separate, necessarily a separate mod in itself. That's probably the only other difference between using the one with pallet specialization and not. So anyway, with all that being said and done, we still have an issue with the tension belt shape on our salt pallet. That's kind of a bummer. So what we're going to do, jump back out of here. So hopefully, if nothing else too, there's plenty of information with how these certain things are working. I know Joe is hopefully getting some information, I guess, as far as how to I may do a video, I guess, as far as that, or maybe another Monday stream, I guess, as far as to kind of show how to set this thing up there, because to be perfectly honest, everything that you see here with what I've shown with the functionality of this trailer with the pallet specialization, I pretty much did it in about a half an hour. So and that's keeping in mind, I guess, if I got a little bit of modding experience. So even probably for the novice, it might take a little bit longer. But it's really not that hard as far as to set up the grid on where you want the pallets to actually spawn, both on the ground and on the trailer. It's pretty simple. Okay, so what we need to do is get out of the game here and actually go back into figuring out why the heck our salt pallets don't want to strap properly. Alright, let's get out of this. Yeah. So let me go ahead and do this real quick. And we'll see if we can't figure this out. Alrighty then, so let's quit out of that. Switch it back on over to here. Oop. And we can Show that to so we're back into our mod folder. Let me put this over here real quick. And let's see what we got going on. So we got our modding folder for our salt production here. Go back into our pallets. Let's see if we can't figure something out a little bit further, I guess, as far as with why. So putting it on the CPU mesh didn't get fixed. Now we only got the warning, I guess, as far as it says that's an invalid shape, which I have no idea why. That's super confusing to me. I don't know how much more simpler I can make this shape than the way I got it. So if we go back to where I've modeled this shape, right over here, it's much the same thing as we see in our Giants editor for this. Let me put a little bit of light on the subject here. There we go. Now, if we go ahead and turn the visibility of this back on by making it renderable. There we go. So we can see that it's the same thing that we've got in here as we do modeled in here. Now, keeping in mind the pink object is the bag, that's the sack, and the gray box is the actual tension belt collision, which is as simple as I can make it. So the fact that it's saying it's an invalid shape, I don't know why that is. That's super confusing to me. I've made several of these different types of simple shapes with no problem. The only other thing I can think to do, and I've done this for some of the other palettes, is to use one of the shapes from a default palette and scale it to the size I need it, and then kind of go from there. I might take that approach just to ensure, I guess, as far as that whatever I'm missing, I guess, as far as with this shape is going to be there. It's not often you see Max on stream. That's my primary 3D modeling program of choice, is Max. I have a legacy copy of this one here, being the fact that I'm alumni to the university to which I resided, and that's another reason why I like to use it. So I can uninstall, reinstall, new systems and all that stuff as many times as I want. That's one reason why I use this. I do know a little bit about Blender. I'm very limited on what I do know with Blender. One of the latest things that I've had to learn with Blender is how to apply snow masks to such things as roofs, to structures. That's about the extent of my knowledge with Blender for 22 anyway. I'm very familiar. I'd say I'm fairly knowledgeable, I guess, as far as on the UDIM system, which is also evident in 22. Learned that, quite a bit of that, I guess, as far as in 19. I have not done a whole lot of UDIM, I guess. So a lot of the structures and pallets and things like that I've made, I'm still using my old school methods, I guess, as far as to apply just texture, as opposed to using the UDIM system that is encompassed in the farm sim itself, as far as in the Giants engine. So that's something I'm still trying to learn my way through. So now where we're at is, I think what I'm going to attempt to do here, like I've already mentioned, is to take let's take an existing shape for these tension belt shapes, I guess, as far as from a default palette, and go from there. So what I'm going to do is close this one out for now. We've done all we can here for now, and I'm going to open up my potato production, which is 100% certified on the Giants Mod Hub, I guess, as far as so some of you out there may have seen this. It's got to go to my regular. There we go. So some of you may or may not have seen this, as far as you can see the behind the scenes, I guess, of this construct of this. So this is part of the potato production that you might find 100% certified on the official Giants Mod Hub. And let's see here. So these pallets here, I know these work just fine. So the only difference with this one here is the fact that it's just a simple shape, both for the visual product and the tension belt shape. This is the same approach that I've tried to take with the salt bags. and it is only one level as opposed to next to 3 levels of product. I don't think the number of levels I have on the salt bag is that much of a problem. It's just that it does not seem to like that tension belt shape for whatever reason. So what I'm going to do, this one here, what I did do, and this was all me trying to learn how the mechanics of the production pallets worked with Giants by default. What I used for this one, for the tension belt shape, was a cake box tension belt shape. But what I did end up doing was rescaling it to fit my visual boxes, I guess, as far as that I've got for these potato chip boxes. So I know this one works, right? So I guess that's the approach that I usually will take. Start with something I guess you know that works, and then adjust it accordingly sometimes, just to make sure. I don't know what properties that I may or may not be missing for the game, for the Giants engine to resolve, I guess, as far as that tension belt for the bags as invalid. That's really strange. I've done enough of these shapes, simple shapes, for tension belts to understand, I guess, as far as what's going on with this, and this is just one of those examples. You know only what you need to know about Blender too, right? Just the way you navigate in Blender, as far as, you know, adjusting vertices and polys and tris and all that stuff, I don't care for how that works. I'm better part of 20 years tenured, I guess, as far as with Max, going all the way back to Max 5, just to give some a little bit of transparency to my abilities. I feel more at home and comfortable, I guess, as far as the 3ds Max. Probably another for mention, I know I mentioned it earlier, but I've been using an older, so just the FS19 i3D Explorer for i3Ds in Max. It seems to work just fine. The only thing it will do when you open it up in Giants Editor is just mention to you in the console that it is an old shapes file. So as long as you resave it, that particular i3D in Giants 9 editor, then it's fine. It resolves it just perfectly. So that's another fair little tidbit of information for most of you modders that are coming in here. Appreciate all the people coming here giving some insight, if anything else. All right, cool. Just double checking some things to make sure everything is. So I was kind of a little bit worried as to whether or not this system of mine was actually going to be able to handle doing all this stuff on. So I have a 2 PC setup here for the stream, as some may or may not have noticed. So I got my gaming PC, to which I test all the stuff on. I do all the modeling and modding, I guess, as far as on another, to include stream on that same PC. So I'm just making sure, I guess, as far as that's not too overwhelming for this deal. So far it seems to be handling it. It's handling it like a champ. That's good. The default controls is like a new language. Are you talking about in Blender there, Willa? Yeah, 100% confirmed. So what I want to do with this one here, I want to actually spit this guy out. This is based on, you can tell by the shapes file, or the shape of this. This is a default. Oh, it is cloned in here. How the heck did that clone that? Did not realize it did that. Well, I'll be a son of a gun. I'll be a monkey's uncle. So, for those that don't know, this is probably something else that is a fair mention. Whenever you modify the same type of shape, the same type of a shape model in Giants Editor, right? And you do, let me take it back to here. So if at any point you got the scales, you'll probably notice a lot of times the scale will be not at 1. Whenever you take the same type of shape, in this case it ended up being, this is what I've come to learn, at least anyway, whenever it's the same shape name, doesn't matter about the texture or the material that's applied to it. Whenever it has the same shape name and you modify it within Giants Editor, as opposed to remodel it like in a modeling program, and then you freeze that transformation, I guess, as far as either on the scale or any of this, it's going to clone it. That's Giants Editor's way of resolving, I guess, as far as a duplicate of a modified shape that's already in the scene graph. And in a lot of cases, you'll get, this is what bugs me though. This is my pet peeve, I guess, as far as with, so this is what I've come to learn. Anyway, I'm just passing this along. If you can avoid it, don't try to modify your shape as far as to your scale and all that stuff within Giants Editor and then freeze the transformation. Don't do that. Otherwise, this is what will happen. If you do that too many times here and you have several shapes to which you make that modification, so if I were to modify this one from where it's at to a different scale, it's going to clone it again. And before you know it, you got a string on your geometry, I guess, as far as your shape name here. It's going to be a string of clones. And this can, a lot of times, this is what I've come to find in testing. When you have too much of that applied to your actual shape file, it can actually create lag, because the Giants engine is trying to render and resolve what's going on with the shape, right? So just a little bit of tidbit of information, I guess, as far as to pass along here. If you're seeing your geometry when you go in the Shapes tab and you're seeing a string of clones on there, spit that model out, even in the form of an OBJ, put it in your modeling program, respit it out as an i3D, bring it back in. But make sure you take out all that original shape so it doesn't clone it again. That's just information that I've come to learn that I'm just passing along. Right? If you've got the 3D modeling program, I see this a lot, I guess, as far as with novice modders, I guess, as far as what they come in here and do is just modify the shape of this right in Giants Editor, and we'll apply that freeze transformation either on any, doesn't matter if it's scale, translate, or rotate. If you modify any one of those, it's going to clone it. And that's Giants Editor's. I don't want to, I can't say that enough. It's totally bugs the crap out of me. And I learned that going all the way back to when I put this out, and this has been over a year, probably a good year, I guess, as far as since we've done this for the potato production. So that's just something that I learned that I'm passing along, hopefully. You just mentioned it, now I know. Now I know you know. Two things I can think of, tension mesh, and the other palette CPU mesh is the scale frozen 111. Yeah, so that's the one thing that I always make sure whenever, so that's something you have to keep in mind when you're doing these production palettes. You don't want, so the scale of it has to be, even if you look at the default, and that's why I opened this one up here, because this is based on a default tension belt shape, and I know this one works, right? The only difference is it added that as a clone, as I already showed. But you do have to have that. It has to be at a scale of 1. So that I can confirm the shape that I made was at 1. That wasn't a problem. So for some other reason, it's recognizing it as an invalid shape. So what I'm going to do is actually spit this one out and bring that into my max, use that as a guide, and hopefully that'll resolve, I guess, as far as that problem with it being an invalid shape. So what I did with this one is just created a simple box like this, which I've done a million times before with a lot of these production palettes, custom production palettes that I'm making. But all I did was just a simple box, like so, and then actually create that into an editable poly, and then go from there, just to size it up the way I need it. And I've done this a million times before, I guess, as far as with other custom production palettes, but for whatever reason, Giants is not, the game engine is not liking that. So what I'll do, and there shouldn't be anything different, I guess, as far as with this, but that's what we're going to do next around here. So all I want to do is spit this guy out. I only want this tension shape, right? And this is based on the cake box tension plate, right? So a couple of different ways I can do this. I can actually spit this out, put it into a separate session of Giants Editor, shape it to what I need, and then freeze transform it so it's got that scale of 1 on all 3 axes of the scale. I can do it that way, or I can spit this out, OBJ it, bring it into modeling program, get it to the right shape and re-export it. Either way, I should hopefully get the right result. Let's do the Giants Editor approach. So I'll spit this out as a separate selection. I want to put this actually into my in progress mod here for our salt production. Yep. Let's put it right here. So I'm just going to spit this out as tension. That's fine. Doesn't matter what really its name, it's just so I know that it's separate from what's already in our palette i3D. Cool. So we'll go there. There's that. Now I'll open this up in a separate session. Now the only thing I won't have is the actual bag. Let's get this to open up here real quick. Hopefully it doesn't step on. I always get a little bit leery of opening more than one instance of Giants Editor. But hopefully it doesn't step on the stream. If it does, then we'll know why. Yeah, I just mentioned it, right. So, like minds think alike, right there, Ola? Okay, so... Alright, we got the shape in here. A separate instance of that. So the only thing I don't have the ability to do is to know... I don't have the bag in here. So I'm gonna actually export one of these bags as well from our palette. So let's close this out. Nope, don't want to save that. So that's something I learned in hindsight, I guess, as far as with that shape. So that one's not really all that bad because I only cloned it the one time as far as to change the shape of it. So it's only cloned that one time, and it's based on the Giants one. So I brought that in from another mod, which I probably had the cake palette in there as well. So what I did was reshape it to conform to the visual box palette, the box product that I had on my palette. And obviously when I freeze transformed it, it cloned it. So lesson learned, I guess, on that. I need to reopen our salt palette right here, and I need to get one of those bags. So I'm going to do this in a separate session there because I don't, whatever's already in, part of the reason why I'm doing this, because I've got all those shapes in there, if I were to bring that one in there and try to shape it up that way, could potentially clone it. It shouldn't, but I want to make sure that it doesn't. So that's the only reason why I'm opening a separate session in Giants Editor. So what I need from here is one of the sacks. So I'm going to take this out. I just want to narrow it down to just the sack. There we go. Spit that out as a separate item, and we'll just do this as sack. That's fine. That'll work. So we'll do that as sack. And then we can close this out. No. We just needed some information out of that. Okay, now what I'm going to do is just bring that sack in there for reference. So now I only have one of each item in this session of Giants, so I don't have to worry about it potentially cloning as I modify the scale of it. Okay, so if I import this sack into there, so there's our sack. And it's going to have this translate to us. I'm going to zero both of these out. Okay. Now it's not going to show the tension belt shape because it's non-renderable. That's the only reason why it's not showing. But there it is right there. Alright. Now probably this one here. I can also zero that one out. Get it all 0, 0, 0. Nice and zen. There we go. That works. Now what we can do is take this tension deal and scale it to what we need. Now I can't take the approach to make this renderable, so I can actually see it that way too. Sometimes you can just rely on the marquee of the actual shape. So I'm going to take the same approach as I did with the last test, is just to kind of leave a little bit of the bits of this. Yeah, let me go ahead and we're going to make this renderable. So again, you have this physical piece here I want to say I don't want to get the words messed up. So this bag has no collision to it, right? So it's hollow. It has no physical property to it. This particular shape that we're adding is going to give it that physical property. So we have the ability with that to not, we can have these bits stick out here. So I'm going to kind of square off the bag, if you will. And that'll give us more freedom, I guess, as far as to place them more on top of each other and closer together. It's comparison. So we don't have to be worried about these bits actually hanging out, because this is the physical property of the bag, of the sack. So again, we're just going to kind of do this. This will give us the ability. So we got this irregularity that is in the bag. And this is the first time that I've actually done one of these types of products for a pallet. Most everything else that I've done has been, you know, simple shapes, you know, like simple squares and rectangles and so on. So this is actually hopefully very informative, I guess, as far as for anybody that's wanting to do this type of thing for a production pallet. Let's put some light in here. How about we do that? Let's see what we're doing here. There we go. Get some more clarity on that. Cool. Appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as, and I hope you are learning some. I know I am definitely learning some things, I guess, as far as with how to create these types of pallets. And hopefully, if you've had an idea, I guess, as far as for creating these types of similar types of pallets for yourself, maybe some of this information is useful. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, so we don't want to do anything to the sack itself, just the tension belt shape, yeah.
Let's get ready to rumble!
I think we've been rumbling for quite a while. I appreciate everybody sticking around for, hopefully you're learning something. So for those that just enjoy the game even, and you don't necessarily get into the modding side of it, you at least get a sense of what goes into creating these types of things. That's another thing, I guess it could be a takeaway from this. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. Could probably go a little bit less on this. Okay, so I'm basically just trying to square the bag off from its irregularity. And it gives us more freedom, I guess, as far as to be able to clip these into each other too. So there's a benefit, I guess, as far as to having a very simplified shape like this one is, as opposed to having, so again, like I've mentioned earlier part of stream, to try and make a tension belt shape based on the same shape as the bag is not a good idea. The game will get very unhappy with you, I guess, as far as for making a very abstract shape or tension belt shape. It does not like that at all. It would definitely get very, very upset with you. Not to mention the fact, due to the fact that these types of meshes for these tension belt shapes are CPU mesh, that's all the more reason not to make it too complex. Okay, so I think I'm pretty well good. That's not looking too shabby. So now what I need to do, see how these scales here are all going to be, you know, because I've rescaled it. Now that I've only got this one item in here, as opposed to all the the multiple ones that I've got in the one there. If I was to try and scale this, freeze transform it in that session that has all those other shapes, there's the ability for that to actually want to clone that, because it's seeing something that has the same properties, which it should be. It's, you know, my custom shape that I've made here, I guess, as far as via Max, as an I don't know why. So I'm taking this approach, I guess, as far as to use something that's already in Giants, reshaping it to conform to my bag, and then freeze transform this. We're going to do that next. And it shouldn't add another clone. So when I did bring this in here, it already had a clone to it because of exporting that out from where I did. So it's already going to have at least one clone on it, but it won't add an additional clone. I want to keep those to a minimum as much as possible. Alright, so we only want scale to bring this all back to 1. There we go. That's good there. Now it shouldn't have added another clone. It should only have the one clone. Yep. And that's just the way I exported it from the somewhere, the origin anyway. Okay, the other thing I'll do, it's already set to 0, but I'm going to make sure that translates in the right spot. Even though it does say 0 here, it doesn't necessarily mean that your gizmo is in the right spot. Well, just to confirm, go back into freeze transform. We'll do translate this time, and I'm leaving this preserve instances on there just so that what that basically does is so it doesn't move your object, right? So you're preserving the instances, I guess, as far as with this check. It's not going to shift your whole object. It's only going to move the gizmo. Just for some clarity. So we're going to do... Yep, so that is true 0. So we're true 0 on that, as well as 111 on all axes of the scale. Sweet. And now what we can do is remove all the stuff that we don't need. We'll keep this box tension. And actually, I'm just going to rename this the bag tension, so that's what we got it named in our bag. And that's just for clarity. It's more or less informational and clarity, I guess, as far as that. It's not 100% required to have to rename it. I just want to rename it. Okay, so there's... What the heck? Okay. Okay, we are good there. And then... Still got it on CPU mesh, and the other thing I need to do is make it non-renderable. We don't want that to show. Otherwise, that gray box, if we didn't do that, it would actually show in game. That collision would actually show in game. Would it make a difference if you make the bag a little bit smaller? Probably not. No, because like Crystal, I guess as far just for information, and again, I try to keep this in much as in layman terms as possible. That bag, that visual bag you see, has no physicality to it at all. It's just a visual piece. It's hollow. There's nothing that allows you to pick it up or anything. That's why we're creating this shape, I guess, as far as for that. So making the size of it smaller would make no difference. The only reason why I made that this shape here, as far as the bits of the bag kind of sticking out there, is because of the lack of that physicality to the bag. What it will allow us to do, though, is put the bags onto the pallet much closer together without it getting angry with us. We're going to spit this out, and it'll make sense here once I bring this back in here. I'll go back over that again real quick. So we're going to save this as... Let me spell it right this time. How about that? This way I'll know which one's which. So another reason why I guess I do that instead of overwriting the existing i3D is I want to make absolute sure that it's going to take everything that I've done here and not any remnants, I guess, of the previous shapes file will bleed into. It's probably not the case, but I'm just safeguarding myself that it's not going to pick up anything that was in the previous shapes file of this one that we did from Max. So... Anywho, so we're going to bring this feller back into, we can close this session out, and reopen our salt palette, like so, and let's get that zoomed in, cool, and let's bring some light on the subject, cool, alright, now we can see what we're doing. Now, what we'll do is we'll take in all of our content, so if it hasn't become a little bit clearer, this whole section here for content, you can put whatever you want into it. The main thing is you have to create these specific shapes for the tension, not to mention, I guess, as far as the overall shape for the whole palette, right? So you have two different rigid bodies or physicalities to take into account for that. So even though you can put anything you want physically into this section here, you still have to take care of, I guess, as far as the physical collisions for those, both these tension belt shapes and the overall shape for the whole palette. So you can see this outer box here, that's a separate collision in comparison to this tension here. So this one has rigid, sorry, my bad, got ahead of myself. This one has rigid body, these do not. But the way the game renders that as being something that's physical is the fact that it's a CPU mesh. and also the fact that it has a Lambert material to it. That's two at least minimal things that the game is recognizing that as a physical tension shape. That's why we saw that warning for that shape as being invalid. There's something with the way I've done that it doesn't like. So that's why I've taken the approach. I will take this approach, I guess, as far as to bring in the one that's made by Giants, right? And just reshaped it at all. Okay, let's do that. We need to take all these out, with all that being said, because obviously this one's not working. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll take all these out. That was our previous attempt. So we're kind of batting zero so far, I guess, as far as with all the testing we've done so far. Previously, it was just asking. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaving it open for question. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the question. That's kind of why it's kind of the premise for why I'm doing these types of streams, because inquiring minds might want to know. So whether you're into modding, or you might have noticed irregularity, I guess, as far as with working with production pallets in the game, you know, being a mod pallet or even a Giants pallet, you kind of understand what's going on with it, right? Just the way the way you're able to interact with them with a forklift and with your hands being able to pick it up, you know, using easy development controls, stuff like that. If it's acting rather abnormally, you would kind of understand, I guess, as far as why it might be doing that. This is the ABCs of how pallets, this is just one aspect of the overall of the game, I guess, as far as how they works. So that's a very good question. As far as no dumb questions here is what I'm trying to get at. So what I need to do is import this tension shape. Okay, so there it is right there. And we did already rename it. It is going to be on CPU mesh, making sure everything is solid, so it's on a scale of 1 and 0. Sweet. So all we got to do is cut this, put it into our sack shape, and there we go. Should be right in position too. So this is another advantage of doing it this way, and that's why and as you can already previously tell, that's kind of the way I did the potato production pallets, is to take something that was already designed by Giants, rescale it. The only difference I didn't do is I did it all within this one session here, where it had other shapes of that same deal in there. So I didn't, prior to freeze transform, the scale of it and created the clone. That's the only step that I missed. So I'm again just passing along that information for anybody that didn't know. You want to eliminate it, adding the clone, I guess, as far as to a shape. Make sure you're doing it either in a separate session of Giants to reset that scale and then bring it back in, or reshape, remodel that, bring it into your modeling program, be it Blender or Max, rename your shape accordingly, spit it back out as an i3D, and bring it in, re-import it that way. So either way should work. Okay, so that's just one piece of information passed on to another. Alright, so that seems to be in the right place that we want it. So all we should have to do is copy this feller into all these other sacks. Yeah, I'm just very hopeful, I guess, as far as that a lot of this information is useful, no matter if you're just an avid game player and want to understand, I guess, as far as what's going on with the mechanics of the game, mechanics and physics of the game, or if you're looking for information on something an idea that you might have had and would like to implement that into your own gameplay. This is the approach you would take to doing that. So I by no means expect anybody coming in here to be like, oh, this guy's doing this, I think I can do that too, and then just try to take all the credit for it. That's the one thing I do ask with the information that I'm sharing here, is to never do that. I don't take too kind, I guess, as far as the people doing that whatsoever. So I'm gonna make full transparency, full disclosure. If you respect the work that I'm doing here and the information that I'm sharing, don't try and step on what I'm trying to do here. That's all I'm asking. That's all I ever ask. Alright, so we got all those in there, so now the only thing left I want to do is rename these fellers, and I don't 100% have to. I can leave these, all these names, the nodes are still going to line up in our XML, right? So that's just more review, I guess, as far as what's going on with this whole process here. I do not, and I'm not 100% required to have to rename these, I just want to just for clarity. Because in some cases, we might get an error on one of these in specific in the dev log, as far as our error log. So if I can help myself out, I guess as far as with where there might, so if it does bring up bag tension 1, you know, as a shapefile invalid shape, that'll tell me where to look, and I know exactly what I did. So if I just leave them all as tension 1, it could be any one of these, right? So again, I'm just helping myself out to understand, to make the dev log, I guess, as far as more useful to me. Because if it's going to point at any one of these in specific, I can look at that specifically and find out what's wrong with it. Okay. So for no other reason, if you want the game to help you, I guess, as far as to be able to resolve any issues you might be having, you know, make sure you do that to kind of save yourself some time. Yeah. All right. Appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as for this. I'm just trying to resolve, I guess, as far as what we're trying to create here, I guess, as far as with the salt production, the development of the Dairyland 4X map. So welcome on in, everybody coming in new, and especially all the new follows. Definitely all the new follows. Let's see. Okay, so I think I'm done here. All I need to do is take the light out. Turn that light out. There we go. And what we should be able to do at this point, save this, resave this palette. And I'll remove all this, these other i3Ds. We don't need all that noise left in there. And then resave our XML for that real quick. Okay. Now, go back here. We're going to take out all the junk. We don't need all these items in here any longer. Just clean up our mod folder. And then go ahead and zip it back up. And we'll get that tested out again. Alright, cool. I like to use 7-zip as my zipping utility of choice. You can totally just use the Windows zipping utility. It works just fine. The main thing that to take into consideration when you're zipping up your mod is you don't want to do. I'm going to show this too, because I feel there are quite a few people that kind of mess this up sometimes. I'm going to take a minute here just to kind of demonstrate. So in your from the root of your mod folder, so in this case, our salt production, you want to make sure you're inside your folder here and select all, however which way method you do that, but select it all this way. Don't ever try to do it this way. As far as to zip it up this way, that will not work. If you don't zip it from selecting all the files and zip it that way, it will not work if you do it this way, as far as to zip it from this way, either 7-zip or the Windows zipping tool. It's definitely not going to load in your mods folder as far as in the game, and that'll be why. You want to make sure you're selecting it all, and then open up your whichever method you use, either 7-zip or compressed zip folder for the zipping utility. That is the proper way to zip a mod. Just in case anybody, I see plenty of other novice modders do that wrong almost constantly. So I figured I'd just share that information. Okay, let's do that just to make sure I'm good to go. Yeah, I appreciate everybody sticking around. We're already closing in on 3 hours. Man, time flies when you're having fun, right? At least I hope everybody's having fun. I hope it is. I'm hopeful. Okay, so we got that all rezipped. So all I got to do is bring that over to my mod folder. Let me go ahead and switch this over. Alrighty then, so here we are in our mods folder, but I want to get over to progress folder, so we got to take our salt production that we just newly zipped. Copy that up. Yeah, I appreciate that information. Ola made a pretty good comment about you. So testing a mod, you don't necessarily have to zip it in your mods folder, right? So depending on how big your mod is, so it doesn't take me very long as far as to zip that up. It's a very condensed, it's a small enough mod. But if you're working on bigger mods that take a little bit more time, like a map, you can totally just leave your mod unzipped in your mods folder. The only thing it's going to do is not allow you to be able to use it in multiplayer. It'll give you a warning in your devlog, I guess, as far as that it needs to be zipped. That's the only fail, I guess, as far as on that. Alright, so we got it in our mods folder. Let's go ahead and load up the game. Switch this over here real quick. We'll get it loaded up. Take me just a moment. Alrighty then. Cool beans. Alright, here we are back in the game. I'm going to test this out. Now, let's cross our fingers. So if you are following the channel, I do have a very custom emote. If you are following the channel, you should have a cross fingers emote. Let's get some cross fingers out here that we can get this darn thing for the belts to work properly. There goes nothing. So we're gonna go in here into the new save, into new farmer, in our Dairyland 4X map, and I have a placeholder for the picture, which happens to be the potato production, which again is 100% available, certified on the Giants Mod Hub. Feel free to check that out if you wish. That's one and only mod, I guess, as far as that I have submitted officially, I guess, as far as Giants Mod Hub. The rest of the time I've not been posting things. Somebody always beats me to the punch, it seems like. As far as a lot of ideas, I guess, as far as that are floating around with different modders, and it's very cool. Appreciate all the cross fingers here, Crystal. Thank you. Alright, so let's bring up our devlog just to make sure that we're not getting any initial errors. Very clean log for the most part for this map. There are some resolvable issues that I know that I've already pointed out. One of which is has to do with the info layer for the soil map, which is in conjunction of, yep, there's that one, with precision farming. So just simply, I got a case issue, I guess, as far as with the characters, the way that's named. So yep, we got our salt and one for animals. That's it. So no red, that's always good. Which normally you wouldn't see one, I guess, as far as just loading in a placeable mod, but it's always good to check that just to make sure you don't have any issues initially. Alright, so we'll go ahead, let's get in here and get her done. Alright, so let's head on over to our main farm. And I think I'm just going to take the same approach that I've been taking, as far as just to spawn a pallet, load it up onto our trailer, and go from there. Okay, so we need to go trusty dusty F10. At least that's the button that I've got to remap to. It's I believe it is F11 by default. Could be F12, I forget. I just know I've changed it from the default for this. Ooh, whoops, that's not what I wanted. I want that one, and we need our salt pallet. Cool beans. Sweet, so we got one of those. Now, let's go to the store. And we're not too far from the store, so let's go ahead and do it this way. I know I moved the store point, I guess, as far as with the store deliveries, but don't really need to. Sometimes I get lazy. And that store deliveries mod definitely works really nice. Okay. I'm gonna lease that bad boy. Those should be at the store. There we go. Let's go pick that up and take it on over. Alright. We got all the cross fingers out there. We're gonna need this, I guess, as far as hopefully this will resolve. Here goes nothing. Alright, let me turn this on. You'll be able to scoop this pallet up here. Oop, there we go. Marvelous. Okay, go ahead and turn that off. Boop. And ta-da! Look at that. So, I'm not 100% sure why that worked. You know, the fact that we did use, this in this test at least anyway, we did use a Giant's tension belt shape, just rescaled. So I don't know if there is, because like I said, I have done it a million times over, I guess, as far as for creating my own shape for that. So the fact that it doesn't recognize it as a valid shape, this is our resolution, I guess, as far as for that. Use this instead. That seems to work beautifully. Now the only reason why this is not strapping over the sack is because it's on the edge of the pallet. So if I was to put if I was to move that over, in fact, let's do that real quick. I'm gonna go ahead. I mean, that's looking pretty good so far. So let me go ahead and super strength on. This is only for testing purposes, so it's all good. Now I just want to slide this pallet over and do this guy too. So yeah. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. Come on, baby. Get this lined up over that a little bit better. That's interesting. That's not actually going. Oh, there it goes. It does go over the pallet. So the fact that it just gives us the hologram of the strap, that's how we know it's working. That's the only thing I wanted to confirm. Come on, put it down. See, it does go over the pallet, so that's good. So we are confirmed that one works just fine. Now, the only thing that's I'm still scratching my head about is why doesn't it want to use my shape? There's really no special properties, I guess, as far as in that that shape file. So whatever. I guess that's a little bit of secret, I guess, as far as on Giant side. The fact that we do got it working, that's a step in the right direction. Step in the right direction. Sweet. So what I might end up doing actually is probably pull out another cake shape. Because what's still really bugging me is the fact that it's got that clone on the geometry of the shape. That still bugs me. So at least I know what direction I can necessarily take. And obviously I've shown, I guess, as far as the proper method, I guess, as far as to use to do that. Using a separate Giants editor session. Work on that, get it to the right shape, instead of doing it all within your one conglomerated scene graph. So I'm pretty happy, I guess, as far as with the result of that, and I know what I will need to do next as far as to get that all fine and done. I appreciate all the cross fingers, I guess, as far as just to put them out there a couple different times. So the cross fingers, I feel, did work. The power of the cross fingers did actually work. So the other thing I'll show on here, I haven't done that as of yet. I know some of you might be patiently waiting here. Let me go into the construction menu just to kind of show you how this is constructed, I guess, as far as for this salt production. It's kind of a combination of custom items as well as stuff right from Giants, you know, as far as models and such, I guess, as far as right from Giants. So Giants has a lot of really cool assets already in the game. They just have to be reused, I guess, as far as in different ways. So this, in this case, we've reused it for our salt production. So you get a little bit of a taste of some of the things that will be present. And again, none of these are considered to be final as far as what productions will be in here. But the approach that I'm taking to it, if I've created myself, it's going to have our Spline Designs logo, I guess, as far as applied to the branding to it, as well as the 4X, as far as being a part of Dairyland 4X being built into the map. To include, I guess, as far as they have the information on the very bottom there, that Giants already provides, thanks to Giants providing that information. I feel this information is a little bit not as much attention is paid to that, so I feel putting more information in there to know where, you know, where this is coming from. So it will be undeniable, I guess, as far as if it is built into the map, you're going to know it. So again, a lot of these are based on the default models, I guess, as far as that Giants already provides. Most of those are going to be labeled with either most likely Lizard, so be it the custom sugar factory and so on. Those will be all in here by default. So this right here has got a placeholder for using the potato production. Once I get this all sorted out, I'll be making a new store picture, I guess, as far as for that. But here she be. There we go. So all the clear areas and such are working. Cool. So this is what we got. So you put your water in here, and that's really all you need to do is put your water in here, and it'll create salt pallets. Very simple. It's pretty much the same approach that I took in the FS19 version of this map. I wanted something that didn't take a whole heck of a lot of resources just to create salt. So it's a very simple process. So you got the processing plant by turning your water as far as into salt. And this is supposed to, at least anyway, so this has a capacity of 250,000 liters of water, and it will produce, from what I've tested so far, 5 pallets on one level, 5 pallets of salt, I'm sorry, 5 pallets of salt, all at 4,000 each. So that's do the math on it, that's 20,000 liters of salt, which you can either go ahead and sell it directly, as far as once I get that fully implemented to the map, or use it for the input for the dairy production that's across the way. So that is the take on this. So what I want to do next is to get myself a water trailer. I am going to move the store over here though. I'm getting lazy. Feeling a little bit lazy. So we're going to go in here and get ourselves a water trailer. Whoops, wrong category. Going to this bad boy. I do this, I've done this so many times, it's just like becoming second nature to me. So I tend to usually like to test out for a lot of these different deals, I guess, as far as with default equipment. The only exception here at this point, I'm using a mod, I guess, as far as auto load trailer, I guess, as far as for the pallets, because there's, in my opinion, there's just not too much in the game by default. There are some other items that I've seen those like Deuce use. One of which being, let me see if I can find it. Let's see if we can find it. So there are, I'm trying to remember what it's under now. There's one low trailer, I forget what it's under, that works really good with, yeah, this fella right here. This works really well with pallets, but it's not auto load, by default at least anyway. So this is probably the main go-to, I guess, as far as for dealing with pallets by default in the game, which, because it is so low to the ground, works pretty well with being able to get the pallets on and off. Number one is I feel it's just too small, and also doesn't have auto load. So for testing purposes, it doesn't work. All the more reason why I took the approach to work this thing up. Okay, so let's unattach this trailer. Alright, and let's make room, I guess, as far as put some water in this. Yours is auto load? Cool. What type of auto load trailer are you all using there, Crystal? If I could ask. If you're using the one by 82 Studios, which is the TLX, I believe that's what Deuce has been using. The thing with that is that, like we've been mentioning earlier, what it does is it puts a miscellaneous pallet onto it, as opposed to what you're actually picking up. It still recognizes it as a particular fill type, but it puts that generic pallet that's actually on the trailer. I think that's the one you all are using, if I remember right. Alright, so we need to load this bad boy up with some water. So, I guess, you know what? Let's do this. I'm gonna do this. So, there are free resources of water. I'm gonna show a little bit more of the map. I was just gonna cheat it in there. So you do have the method over here, like I was showing this water tower. You can get water for a fee over at the co-op. Because, you know, convenience and all. So you can get water in this deal for a fee. Okay, so just to kind of show that, and it'll charge you for it. Or there's also a river over here. So anywhere along the creek, which runs diagonally throughout through the map, as well as at the northern part of the map, which is over here. Kind of give you a little more of a tour of the map. I've re-implemented the use of the barge on the river. That's totally usable. So if I wanted to put this this truck and trailer onto that barge, I can do that. What I did want to show is how you can get water from all the free water sources. This is one method to get water anyway. There is a quote-unquote spigot, a hydrant over at the industrial park, which is on the east end of the map. Oop, I'm totally jacking. I'm using keyboard and mouse, so don't mind my driving. Very carefully. You can see that we can get water right from the river. Oops, I didn't mean to get out. And you can fill it up for free. So there's at least 3 different ways that you can get water. Either from the free water sources like I'm doing right now, or at the co-op for a fee, or for free over at the industrial park, which is on the east end of the map. Which, as I'm filling this up here, just to kind of show you, there is a free water source over at the industrial park over in this area. Right over in this area. Now again, the PDA, as far as the overview, this is not final. So this is just a placeholder, I guess, as far as for that. Eventually I'll have the actual map there in the PDA. That's just, again, full disclosure, full transparency. The map is still a work in progress. Let's see, MP, we are getting the 53 drop deck pack with auto load from Mac. Oh, that one. Okay, I gotcha. I think I've seen that one. Oh yeah, the drop deck. Gotcha. So the difference between that one and the one that I'm using is it has that drop deck, I guess, as far as where it hooks up. Gotcha. So that one actually does have auto load on it. That's pretty cool. That's pretty nice. That's nice of Mac Trucker to do that. I don't know, maybe it's just me. I got a little bit of a pet peeve, I guess, as far as drop decks, because you don't have the ability to use this space that you could have over the hookup. You know, as far as the and I'm at a loss of words. Where do you hook it up? So the flatbed that I've got there, you can use the entire surface to include where the area where it actually hooks up. Drop decks have oh crap, that is not what I wanted to do. Oh crap. Oh crap. What are you doing? Oh no. Hook it up. Oh no. Oh god. I did not mean to do that. Hook that back up. Now I want to keep in mind too, here, in fact, I'll just go ahead and demonstrate this. You will not, the way these waterways are designed, you do not drown. That's for good reason. In case something like that happens, you don't have to worry about drowning. It'd be a pain in the butt getting up here because I got this thing full of water. Come on, baby. Oh no, I put myself in a pickle now. Alright, gotta find another spot to get up the bank here. This is a pretty steep bank. Come on, truck. There we go. We'll get some grip. There we go. We got it. We got this. Sweet. Well, anyway, that'll demonstrate that, I guess, as far as nothing else. Will not drown in the water. But if you want to go ahead and take a swim in the water, go right ahead. I feel like it can be somewhat of a detriment, I guess, as far as by default, if it has that property to it anyway. If you fully submerge your vehicle in the water, that you drown. So I've kind of taken away that insult to injury, I guess, as far as if you've already found yourself drowning in the water, I don't want to add that insult to injury. But on SB, I'm using the blue one. The blue one that I should? Which one's that? Oh, the blue one that I showed? Gotcha. That small low loader. Yeah. It's a nice trailer, I guess, as far as by default, but it's not very big and it's not auto load. That's okay, so let's put some water in this. I'm gonna swing it back around. Get a better angle of approach here. So one other thing I do need to test on this, I do have some there's a water plane that'll show up in here. Now keeping in mind it's 250,000 capacity on the water for this, so it takes quite a bit of water. There we go. So that hooks up. Cool. Put some water in there. Let's actually turn that off. I'll see what's going on. So it's not going to show the water plane because, now this is something that I've come to find, and this is part of the reason why I wanted to test this again. It's going to take quite a bit, be it the fact that I've got the capacity for the input of water pretty high. It's going to take quite a bit for that water plane to actually show in that reservoir, in that pool. So the fact that I only put just put 32,000 in there, it's not going to show anything, right? And that's what I've come to find. If you put the capacities really high, it's going to take quite a bit for those visibility nodes to show. In this case, that's why it's not showing, even though I put 32,000 liters of water into it. So I'm going to put some more water in here so I can actually test this out to see if that plane will show. And once we get it to like 100,000, we should have something. I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to go ahead and sheet it in. Use my handy dandy easy development controls. Be it the fact that we are still testing here. So what we're going to get a good 100,000 liters of water into this thing here so we can observe whether or not this plane for the water in that pool will show. Yeah, I caught what you meant there. You say that flatbed was somewhere for download? Yeah, Joe, it should be. I got it on my Dropbox. I do have it in my Rock Nation. If anybody cares to want to have a link to that, let me do this. I'm gonna get the link to it. I know I have it. I need to double check and see if it is on my my Rock Nation Discord anyway. But for anybody that does want it, I'll put the link out there. So let me grab it here real quick. It is just on my Dropbox. And again, I don't take 100% credit for the trailer itself. The only thing I take credit for is adding the auto load, the pallet specialization to it, as well as the additional hitch on the back. Okay, let me take a look here real quick. I'm also going to put out here in the chat all the social medias. So if you're not on the Rock Nation Discord, check that out. But I'm going to double check here real quick to see that I do have it on here. Give me a moment. And, well, we got some people that did actually join here. We got Bird. Appreciate your follow. Nice. Appreciate Bird coming on in. Alright, so Just gotta remember where I put it. I know. Looking to see if I did pin that. I may have not put that in there, so I don't have any pins there. Mod links. See if I got it in here. Got my potato production. Yep. Okay, I do have that. Yep, it is in here. So, Joe, I'm not sure if you're on the Rock Nation Discord. I do have it. I'm going to put the link out here anyway. Yep, I do have it in. It's under my FS22 mod links on the Rock Nation Discord. I just had to double check there. Did you just join? Sweet. Yeah, so if you look at the FS22 mod links, that's just on, in the gaming stuff, you'll see it in there. I'm going to pin that, actually. I'll put it in the pins. I did not pin that for some reason. Let me do that real quick. Pin that. Yes. There. So if you go to the FS22 mod links, and then go to the pins, you should see it in there. It's a flatbed trailer with auto load, and it's got a video for it, too, that shows the testing of it. Okay. Yep, I already did that. Sweet. Cool. Yeah, that's the only thing I didn't do was just pin it. Cool. Alright, sweet. No problem. Hopefully it works out for you. Maybe you might learn something from it. You know, if you're wanting to do something with that. Feel free. That's what it's there for. Alright, we need to put some more water in this thing. So still no water plane. We've got 64,000 in there at this point. That's two trailer loads of this. Let's put some more in there. We're going to get at least 100,000 or more. Let me test this out. See if we can get that water plane to show. And again, it's really only because it's such a high capacity to it, it's going to take a while for that plane to actually show for the water. Which, if you're seeing that it's empty, obviously it's going to give you a clue that it needs water. If you want to keep producing. So there's pro and con to it, I guess. So if you're seeing the water plane in there, then you know you got sufficient amount of water. Alright, so once we get this in here, that should give us 98,000? Yeah. We'll probably put another trailer in there, and then we should start to see a water plane. I'm going to double check here. I'm going to jump out of this once this is done. It should get us to like 96,000. I'm doing my math right. 90. Okay, 95. So there's still nothing showing. Alright, cool. I kind of expected that. Again, 250,000 capacity to this, so it takes quite a bit. So I'm thinking once it gets over 100,000, we should be able to see something. So that's just one of the other things I needed to test on this. Alright. I think my F10 key, the one I got linked, I guess, as far as my easy development controls, is a little bit funky for some reason. Doesn't always want. Every time I hit that, it doesn't always want to. Doesn't want to work. All right, cool. Let's get that filled up. This should get us up over 100,000. So if this water plane doesn't work, once we get it up and over 100,000, then we got to look at how that actually works. Did we get any more errors? Nope. That's one thing I didn't check. Testing out that salt pallet. We didn't get any invalid shape. You know, makes sense. That works out. Nope. So we didn't get any more invalid shape, and obviously with it strapping properly over that pallet, that makes sense. That's what I would expect not to see. Cool. So I'm not sure if most of your Joe, I noticed you've got one of the custom bit badges, I guess, as far as from that. I know Chavez was in there earlier too, and there's a couple other people. I know Bob, whatever. So some of you might notice, I guess, as far as you got custom bit badges. So for anybody that has contributed bit badges, I guess, as far as to the channel, you got custom bit badges, I guess, as far as for showing that support. Very much appreciated. It's good to know that those bit badges are showing. That's something I've been doing behind the scenes. I just felt the custom one, or the default ones, were kind of drab. So we got 126,000 here, and we still got no water playing. Alright, let me put a little bit more water. Let's see how much water we got to put in here before we actually see a water plane. If nothing else, I'm trying to determine whether or not we'll see a water plane at all. So there might be something I need to adjust in that XML. Let's see. So we're getting a little bit of everything in this stream, I guess, as far as to kind of show the development of not only this salt production, but also the Dairyland Forex map. And there's been quite a bit of information shared, I guess, as far as amongst some other modders in here. Very cool. It's kind of what I was hoping for. Yeah. Alright, so still no water plane. We're well over. So with this load, we should have about 150,000? No, more than that. We should have 100 and... Oh, there it is. We do got a water plane. So it's not until you get to all over 126,000 into this thing, so you can actually see the water plane. That may or may not be reasonable. I guess that's not too bad. So definitely when you're not seeing any water in here, you would definitely want to make sure you get some water in here if you want to continue to produce salt pellets. Yep, there is water in here. Sweet. I might actually change the color of that too. We do have that option, I guess, as far as to change the fogginess of it, for example. Go to make it more blue, something like that. You can see how I'd done the one for the river, as far as a little more blue tint to it. This one's a little bit more on the clear side. So just to kind of give it a more visual, you can see it floating on there. That's cool. So we got to get well over 126,000 in there first before we see a water plane. It's pretty cool. All right, now let's turn this guy on. So it's good to see. Love to see it. All right, so we got plenty of water in here. 250,000 capacity for this deal. So if we were to put about another 100,000 in there, would be up to capacity. Let's go ahead and activate that. Hear this thing running. Now it does take about a day, give or take, I guess, as far as to produce one pallet. So we can see right now we're in August, and I got it on 1 day seasons, I guess you could say. So for each day it goes to a new month. 1 day months, I guess that's probably a better way to put it. So if we were to go towards another month, so we're at 10:28 in the morning in August. Let's go ahead, advance the time a little bit. I want to see when we'll get our first pallet. So I scoot up here a little bit more, you can see the information. So 4,000 liters per pallet. Okay, there's one pallet, sweet. Now it should go also just in a row. So I've also kind of entertained the idea, now that we got this all working with the tension belt deals, I might be able to stack these. You know, so you get two, so you make a column instead of just on one level. I have done this with the data production. That might be something else I'll consider, I guess, as far as to have them stacked on top of each other as opposed to just one row. But it should do 5 pallets. Should do one more pallet. And I guess I should reiterate, it's going to take 1 day, roughly 1 day, to fill the spawn area. If that's what I meant to say. Not just one pallet. So the lights are working, that's sweet. Oh, okay, so it's only 4. Shoot. Okay, so I must have adjusted something incorrectly. Because I had it to where it was 5. Shoot, I must have adjusted my spawn area. So I had it previously set 5 in a row. But you kind of get a sense of how long it takes, I guess, as far as to get that many pallets. Not quite a whole day. So we started at 10:28 in the morning, and before, what was it, 1900, we had a full gamut there. So yeah, that's probably something else I may entertain, I guess, as far as to add it to piggyback the pallets. I don't know if I want to do that yet, or just leave it this way. I might make it the spawn area a little bit wider, so I can have 5 instead of 4. But keep in mind, these are 4,000 liter pallets. So that's something else to consider. You can see the rate of cycles, I guess, as far as on that. Just at 5 times speed. Yep, that working out pretty good. Now, another thing I did not test up until now. I'm gonna go ahead and get this back to morning. Let me just advance the time here a little bit. So right now, all it's doing is storing pallets with as much water as left. And of course it's going to be raining. Why not? Just want to get it over to morning time. Just use up all the water and store up whatever we had in there. Come on, son. Come on out. There you go. Cool. Now we got some sunlight. Sweet. Okay. So we should have expelled all of our water. Nope, we still got water in there. It is storing. We're only down to 100,000. And yep, no water plane. So yeah, I think that's a pretty good indication. So like if you're not seeing the water plane at all, chances are you probably want to put some water in it. I'm not 100% unhappy with that. The fact that the water plane does show, that's good. Alright, so I think I put my store over here. I'm gonna move it over here. Let's move it over here. And I want to get probably just a forklift so we can test you know, the dynamic trigger. Just as far as I was showing that earlier. It gives you the information about the pallet. Make sure all that's working properly. Oh, we gotta go into this. So we need fork trucks. There we go. And we're gonna use this guy. That'll work. Cool. I like this one because it has the adjustable forks and they're wide. Maybe a little bit the fact that it's electric too. So even by default, without even spreading the forks open. Let's turn the lights on. There we go. It's a little bit dark. The lights are still working on the salt production. That's cool. Oh wow, this light's bright on this thing. I didn't realize how bright this one was. All right, so we're not even adjusting the forks. This is all by default. You can determine how well these are pick up. Ta-da. And it does got the information on there. That's that dynamic trigger I was mentioning earlier while we had it in the Giants editor. That's what's giving the information in the HUD, I guess, as far as to say that it is salt and it is a 4,000 liter pallet. So at this stage of the game there, I do not have a place to sell it, let alone to input it into another production. So right now, this is the end of the testing here until I can actually fully get this fill type implemented into the map and also have a sell point for it, which more than likely to be able to sell the salt, and that's the same thing I did for in the 19 version, was to have it sold over at the Dollar General. Oh shoot, I forgot to turn off the autosave. Oh well, I'll just have to delete that save. I always like to turn that off because I don't care to have to save these because it's just testing. But just to give a rundown of the different sell points that we have, we've got Billy Bob's, which was previous to the 19 version. You can sell most of your grains, wheat, barley, oats, all that stuff over there. You get 2 cow food mixers. You do have to buy the land in order to be able to use them, but they do show up on here. I guess as far as these are at each cow farm. So you have the one in the middle of the map, which is the 100 head of cattle, and the Jenkins farm, which is at the south west of the map. which is 250 head of cattle by default. And then you got your United Cooperative. That is for most of your grains. Now to sell anything else other than grains, like your bread, that goes to Dollar General. So your cake, your bread, your butter, your cheese, fabric. That I don't have anything yet. And that was what I've been debating, whether or not I want to bring in my custom fabric production that I've done for 19 into this, or just utilize the one that's in the game by default. Some of those productions that are provided by Giants by default are pretty legit. I don't feel like there's really any necessary to change that. Cool. So yeah, the next step is going to be, now they got most of all of this figured out, I'm going to do still a little bit of work on that pallet, I guess, as far as just the geometry. Now that I know what the deal was with it, I'm going to probably do a little bit more work on that. But custom badging, I guess, as far as this is all based on the default dairy production that's in there, but it does have customized badging to it to define it as a Dairyland production. This produces way more products, I guess, as far as in the default. In total 5. This over here, you can buy milk if you don't want to raise cows, but you still want to do the dairy production. You do have a means, I guess, as far as to purchase milk. It's going to be at a premium. Just keep that in mind. It's going to cost you way more than if you actually buy the cows and actually, raise the cows. But you do have an option over here at the Dairy Brothers to buy some milk and then put that into the dairy production. I haven't necessarily worked it out, I guess, as far as the ratio, I guess, as far as how much you'll work off. So when you buy the milk there, the place that I just showed, how long it's going to take you, I guess, as far as to work off the offset there, because it's definitely going to behoove you, I guess, as far as to raise your own cows to get milk in comparison to just buying it straight here. It's going to take you longer to recuperate all the money that you buy the premium milk that way in comparison to doing the production. So there's no advantage to buying it that way in comparison to actually raising your own cows. So just a fair mention to that. Yeah, so you got a fire watch tower here. I do have a placeable. I'm still working out some of the details for that. I don't know if that's going to show. Oh yeah, this is another cool feature that was previously applied, I guess, as far as to the 19 version of this map, but yep, it is already out there. So the fact that once we get to that should not be closed, actually. Oh, it's 6 in the morning. So this is not going to open till 7 in the morning. So right now we're sitting at 6:40 in the morning. So you cannot deliver to these sell points until the hours of operation. You cannot get in here. So the barricade, I guess, as far. So this is something that re-implemented it the same way that was for the 19 version of the map. Yeah. So I think this is the only sell point that I've got that applied to yet. I still got to get it over to Billy Bob's and also at the Dollar General and such. But you have still a work in progress here, so I still want to put some type of office building in this area for the co-op. You can see the manager of the co-op is already parked here. I already showed, I guess, as far as how you can get water for a price, I guess, as far as at the iconic smiley face water tower. You can get gas over here. You got a little bit of suburbs over here. You got some housing, some pedestrians. Hey, what's up, dude? What's up? What's happening? Yeah, so there is traffic, I guess, as far as that mostly comes to the town here. That's about the only place that I do have traffic. So it has been expanded, I guess, as far as with it being the 4X map. Kind of walk out this way, you can see, yep. So the way it used to work before coming up with this 4X design, it was these cars just looped behind the border of the map and then came back out further on the opposite side of the town. Now they kind of go all the way down the road. Wish I could ride on this, it'd be cool. Also, custom Dairyland license plates. Trying to keep up with this guy. Dairyland license plate. You can also have these applied to your equipment with custom words, customized plates. So not only from the map level, but also for your own sakes. Yep. So they go all the way down, and there's a road. Gonna walk down this way. Kind of gives you an idea. All this is undeveloped yet. This is part of the reason why the map is still a work in progress. This is all the 4X area, the expanded area. So the original map, as far as where we pass there by the tree line, that's the original standard map. All this is the 4X area. Still 100% undeveloped. I'm kind of taking the idea for this here, so we do have roadways. Custom roadways. Yep, they just circle around here and they go back around the other side of the town and they come right back into town. That's a nice night for a stroll, I guess. You and Deuce talk about a 4X and 16X. What does that mean? Good question. So, standard map is what's considered a 2X. Okay? So most of the maps that, you know, so probably like the map that you're on with the Western Australia, that would be what's considered a standard map, right? So as I walk around here, I'll actually show you. So that means the size. It's just basically the size of the map. How big is the map? So see those trees over there? That's the border, right over here. Right? So there's the new border. That's the 4X map border. All this is undeveloped yet. Nothing's been done. Oh, I got a big old pit right here, just noticed. Holy crap. Got to do some terrain editing here, that's for sure. Alright, so there's still some work that needs to be done on that. So going back towards the direction I'm going right now, that's the original edge of the map for the standard map that we did for FS19. That's where I'm headed to right now. So basically when you hear 4X, 16X, so on and so forth, it's basically just considering the size of the map. So by default, you got the Giants maps as far as Elm Creek, and most of the other maps that are available on the official mod hub, those are all standard size maps, 2X. Anything bigger than that, that's what's considered. How much bigger is it? In this case, this is a 4X, twice the size of the standard map. 16X would be 4 of these maps. So this map that I'm showing right now, a 16X would be 4 of those maps, as far as size goes. So this is the original map edge right here. At this point, all of this, and I don't have a better PEA, I guess, as far as to show that, but consider, if you will, the edge of this text is all the extension. So here's the edge of the standard map, as far as where all these, roughly where all the edges of these fields are. That's the original standard map. So all of this going out to the edge, the furthest point of this text, would be the expanded area, which would make it a 4X, because it's twice the size of a standard map. So that was a very good question. So in case anybody didn't know, I guess, as far as how that works. Now, with all that being said, you can make a 4X. So like this, the way I've got this design, if I didn't want to use all of this area, I could totally shrink it down. I wouldn't necessarily have to go all the way to where that tree line is down over there. I can still use the 4X template, you know, as far as use that size, but not necessarily use it as all buyable or farmable if I wanted to. But it's kind of silly when you think about it. I've seen other maps out there that use a 4X template of a map, but only use, like, say, if we consider this was the standard map border, only go out maybe so far, you know. So say, you know, only a few hundred feet or something like that. That to me is kind of silly. Whoops. Oh my goodness, hold on. I did not mean to do that. I'm pushing all kinds of wrong buttons. So I was just trying to move around. But anyway, hopefully that does explain, I guess, as far as what... so, you know, it's almost kind of like a... I don't want to say buyer beware, but it's like, just because something is built on a 4X template doesn't necessarily mean it's a 4X map, right? I'm taking the approach, I guess, as far as to use the entire 4X area. That's why you have all that undeveloped area. So that map border that's over there, I'm gonna actually get myself a vehicle. Let's go drive over there. Let me just lease one of these, and we're gonna take a drive out there. Why not? We're kind of in this testing mode anyway. Let's check it out. Oh, I forgot I didn't move the shirt. Store area right there. So let's take a drive real quick. We're done with most of our testing for our cell production, so yeah, this works out. So, what we're going out here is the 4X map border. So all of this area here, like I said, this is all expanded. This is all usable, right? I don't have the farmlands necessarily all set up yet, but this is all potentially viable. All of this here. So something else I've been working on is how to get the AI. I know that's something that plenty of y'all on Deuce's community server, and Deuce has even dealt with it himself, I guess, as far as the way the AI actually drive on the roads. So there is such a thing as, so just for clarity, for a lot of people that don't understand how that works, the AI do not recognize objects. So the fact that you have a road piece, even though it visually looks like a road, that is not what the AI actually respond to. What they respond to is the texture to the map. So either putting an asphalt texture, there's what is called a driving cost, and the lower the driving cost that you put on a texture, the more adept that they're actually going to use that to drive on. So if you created a higher driving cost, the chances are that they will not drive on it. So that's a whole different ball of wax in there, but that's something else I'll add some clarity to. So it's like, even though you would expect them, I guess, as far as to drive on a visual road that I'm currently on here right now, that's not how they respond to when you set them up to take something from one point to the other. So this is the 4X map border right here. Oop, see, we cannot drive onto that. So what I'm potentially looking to do is actually put some traffic going on this road. You won't be able to interact with it, it's just visual, right? You can see in the distance there, this is the 4X border right here, and that's why I've got these little markers here to kind of let you know impassable. As you can tell, I can't even walk through it, so that's but yeah, so that's something else I've been playing around with, as far as to get the AI to actually respond to what direction I want. I want them to use the roads, not drive on the grass, get stuck in ditches, and things like that. And probably another tidbit of information here, it does not necessarily require to do a full-on spline for them to follow that. It's very minimal amount of splines that you really have to put in, I guess, as far as to get them to notice that. As long as you've got your texture at the right level of driving cost, as well as paint that area, I guess, as far as for them to utilize that, they'll pretty much drive that. So you don't really need to put AI splines. It's really just to fine-tune, I guess, as far as what they will potentially drive on. So if they're in a rather precarious situation, like, let's say, just for example, let's say you've got your tractor here with a trailer on this, and this pavement here, it's got a slightly higher driving cost to the point where you don't want them to drive on this. Now, if they're on that and you start a job for them to go to, they're going to try and want to get to this road, because that texture for that is going to have a lower driving cost, so it's going to be like it's going to sense that and want to drive onto that. Now, the only way you would want to put a spline is if you've got an area that has a higher driving cost. If you want them to navigate to the road easier, put a spline on that, just a short spline from anywhere in this area that's a higher driving cost, so that they can navigate to that lower driving cost texture much easier. Doesn't require, I guess, as far as to put an entire spline on the route that you want them to take. You can totally do that if you want to, but it's not necessary. So in an effort, I guess, as far as to save you some time on spline work, that's what I've come to find works out pretty good. I guess as far as getting the AI, I guess as far as to do what you expect. AI suck, not the ones on the Western Australia, right? And I've heard some of the concerns, I guess, as far as on the Western Australia map. As far as the way the AI work. They drive right over concrete, walking path. Yeah, see that. So what that tells me, just what I just explained, the concrete they probably have to a lower driving cost to where the AI is going to be like, oh, I can drive on this, right? So in the Idaho Plain map, my SP, they like to climb telephone poles. That's a little bit different. I don't know why that is. There's really nothing. The only thing I can probably consider with that is if the texture that's around the telephone poles or the power poles or whatever, if it's got a texture that's got that lower driving cost, chances are they're going to want to try to drive on it. So they're not really riding up the telephone pole. They're trying to drive on that texture that has that lower driving cost. It just so happens that the telephone pole is in the way. So it gives you the appearance of them wanting to drive the telephone pole. So they're not really doing that. They're just trying to drive on that texture that has the lower driving cost. That's a whole nother stream, I guess, as far as to explain that in more in detail, which, yeah, we could potentially do that. So again, if there does tend to be a little bit more interest with more of these types of streams, I guess, as far as to share some insight, I guess, as far as on how maps are designed, mods are designed, productions and so on and forth, I would be totally on board with showing more of these on a Monday. Can't say that I can do them every Monday necessarily, but I'm usually doing this type of stuff anyway, in between streams, I guess, as far as on Wednesdays and Saturdays. So yeah, they come out of the field to a delivery and run straight into the pole and up it. Yeah, see, that makes me tend to wonder if the texture that's applied to the ground has too low of a driving cost. That's what it, so and then I can explain that a little bit more, I guess, as far as in a future stream, because I'll probably be doing some of that to the Dairyland map at some point, because I haven't got that all completely done yet. So that would be something I wouldn't mind showing off a little bit, if there needs to be more clarity. So from your standpoint, from your perspective there, Crystal, I guess, as far as from what you see, hopefully I can explain that a little bit better, I guess, as far as what's going on with what you're experiencing. And it's not really a fault of, so this whole technology is brand new to FS22, how the AI actually, this whole concept of even being able to assign AI a job, I guess, as far as from going to point A to point B, this is totally brand new to 22. So this whole concept of, so before, going back into 19, we'll just kind of compare a little bit. The only thing you could do is hire a worker on your own field, your own land that you own, but not necessarily have it take your crop, I guess, as far as from point A to point B, and follow roads and stuff like that. That's totally new technology. So the fact that it does rely heavily on how you paint the textures on your map and what driving costs that you apply to them, that's really what you're going by. Not so much the physical roads that you see on the map, for example. So all these roads that I've got in here, for example, I have a custom texture on here. This is not by default. So you can see this brown, that's my own dirt texture. I have its own driving cost. Now, these cars right here that you see going by currently, those are on a spline. So those are just going to be like robots. But as far as the way, in fact, we can kind of test this really quick, because I do have some splines and some of this already figured out a little bit. So let's let's take this tractor I should say, and we'll have it go from this point to another point. And this will help me kind of understand too what additional work I still need to do on AI functionality. Okay, so we're gonna load this guy up with some grass. Or something, anyway. Let's put some grass in it, why not? Cheat this in here, this is all for testing. Alright, let's do... I don't know what this thing holds. Let's see if it does it hold some grass. Probably does. Put some grass into this thing. Hey, it'll work. Cool, so we'll fill that up. Now, let's set this guy up to go... Oh, shoot. Keep forgetting I got the save on there. I'm gonna need to delete that save once we're done here. That's okay. So right now we are... Let's zoom back in here. We are currently sitting right over here. We want to have this feller... Can't remember how this works again. I'm a little bit rusty, I guess, as far as I'm doing it, but give me a second. We want... I know Deuce does this pretty religiously, I guess, as far as the setup task here. I think we gotta go here. Nope. Where is that? Which one is that? That's the productions. Ah, crap. Now I forget which one it is. That's our vehicles. No, here it is. So this is how you sign up active workers. So if we want to actually create a job, there we go. So we want this feller. Maybe we can just have him go to the Dollar General, I think. Yeah, let's try that. And we want that looping. Deliver. Actually, I wanted him to go to... Yeah, we'll try this. So Dollar General is not going to take grass. For clarity. But, will this work? You deliver that, looping, and start job. Let's see if he'll actually do it. No, another way that I've tested this though is not to go that way. Hold on a second. Yeah, so I just got a message there. Hold on. That did not work. So that's more work I need to do, obviously. Let's go back into that menu. Alright, so could not do that one. Let's go... How do you do that again, I guess, as far as for just coordinates? So it actually highlights where it's going to go. That's cool. That's not what I want, though. Follow me. Go to. That's what I wanted. So I wanted to go to. So I want to go from this location. And we want to go, say, to here. Okay, why is that not going? Give me a second. Target position. I want him to go right there. And in this direction. There we go. So now we can start that job. Let's see if he'll actually go. He's starting to move. Now I have added some Mary too. I just want to see if he'll actually go to that spot. So I definitely still need to do some work from going to particular spots like the Dollar General and the other selling points. So that's probably a good test. So he's actually working his way here. Let's jump out of this and see where he's going. See if he does actually follow the right path here. So he's having a little bit of trouble. He's figuring it out. Should turn right here. Oh, he missed his turn. Yeah, see, I definitely still needed to do some work on that because he should have turned right there. I don't know where he's going. See, this is what I was speaking of. So that texture there for asphalt is a lower driving cost. That's why he's driving on that. Grass is a little bit higher, so he's actually getting a little bit finicky here. He's probably gonna end up going to the field. So obviously there's still some work I need to do on this. He should have turned at that corner there, getting onto this road. He's trying to find his way to that road though. But this is the same thing you're probably experiencing with some of these other maps, yeah. Yep, gotcha. Yeah, so I figured that out. With the steering wheel. Yeah, what I was trying to get it to as far as to do go to one point as opposed to a specific location. Where are you going there, dude? See, and this is probably what you experience, I guess, as far as, so he's still trying to feel his way. So I may or may not have to lower the driving costs, I guess, as far as for that texture under that road, which is a custom texture. That might be what we're experiencing here. So the fact that he's actually not driving on the road does tell me I need to do a little bit more work on that. But he's supposed to be going right to this location to the left here, where that red barn is. And then he'll just stop. He's struggling though. Why are you turning that way, dude? Yeah, he's totally going the wrong way. I have no idea where he's going now. Yeah, see, there's still some undeveloped areas, I guess, as far as of this. Still don't have any grass, foliage. There's going to be some trees going to go in this. I don't know what he's doing. I have no idea where he's going. He's supposed to be going right there. Alright, he's finding it. Not really the way he's supposed to, but he's finding it. Okay, I guess that's where he feels that's good. Alright, he kind of screwed up there. But, yeah. The AI is not perfect as far as when it comes to that. So I may necessarily have to put some more splines than what I have, because he's having a hard time even finding the road. Also, maybe to adjust the driving cost of that texture. Because again, that brown that you see there, I guess, as far as that's under the road, that's underneath the entire road, right? So that is what he was experiencing. With the fact that he was going all over the place there, I think he's just he's sensing that brown. So the cost that I have to that is not either low enough or high enough, I guess, as far as for him to understand that, yeah, I can drive on this. Yeah. Well, at least the didn't climb a pole. Right. So that's probably progress, but he didn't drive it exactly the way I expected, as far as just to turn at the road there and actually use the road to come to that point. So there might be some more work I will have to do, I guess, as far as that. Now I know, with all that being said, I do have splines right at that intersection where he should have turned. So I'll have to take a closer look at what this test. So this is actually a good test for me. So I put those initial splines in there, but I haven't tested them up till just now. And they're just minimal splines, I guess, as far as just to give it the AI some sense of direction. So that should give a little bit of insight, not only for myself, but for those interested in the completion of this map. Yeah, so it's probably a good thing you didn't really run into anything, but progress makes perfect. So there are splines that go in the different directions at this intersection, and you didn't use any of those for some reason. So I may have to make them longer, let alone, I guess, as far as to change the driving cost of that texture underneath this road, so that the AI will sense that better. Cool. Actually, good test. Oops, I didn't mean to leave that right there. I was surprised that he got to the point. He got to the point that I actually set there, just not the way I expected. That's about it. You also hate traffic? Yeah, so that's probably another fair thing with this map. The only traffic that I have is in the town. Right, so all the other roads that are on the map, around the fields and stuff like that, there's no traffic, and that again is by design. So I know there's a lot of people that don't like traffic, so I've minimized, I guess, as far as so not only to eliminate, I guess, as far as a lot of spline work for myself, but also just to alleviate any congestion. So the spline that I showed you earlier, just as far as it goes through the town. It goes out a route, comes back around. That's the loop work there. Yep, and that's the only traffic that's on this map. And that's the only traffic that I care to want to put on this map. Because yeah, when you're working on the fields and stuff like that, last thing you want to do is deal with traffic. So if that's the only place you have to deal with it is in town, I'd say that's a win-win. Anyway, folks, I am starting to get super duper hungry. We're well over, oh, we're closing in on 4 hours with the stream. I didn't even expect to go this long, I'll be honest. Do appreciate everybody that did stick around, I guess, as far as for the development of this, and hope to do, maybe I'll do this again. Might put a poll out there, I guess, as far as in the Rock Nation Discord, or maybe on the tweeters. So if you're not following on those platforms, feel free to do that. I'd be interested in wanting to do this if there is interest for it. Because, like I said, I usually am working on this type of stuff anyway. So, just taking a close little look. There we go. Let's put all of the links out there, just as far as in case anybody didn't grab those. Feel free to grab those. You were driving one time. One pulled right out in front of me, and before I could react, the car flipping through the air. Yep, it's totally understandable. That's kind of, and I've only got the car, the traffic going in the one direction on this one too, so it only goes in the one direction. You know, as far as the one lane, so very minimal traffic on this. I feel you got to have, you know, otherwise the map I feel just it feels kind of desolate. I guess as far as without some type of traffic. I just like to minimize how much traffic that we need. So I got a wage payment, I guess, as far as for hiring that worker, I guess, as far as to do that test there. That was pretty cool. Well, I'm glad you liked it there, Crystal, and I hope everyone else that did join in. You know, many people probably lurking, I guess, as far as from Deuce's stream. A lot of information was shared, that's for sure. And again, the only thing that I ask is, as far as for anybody that, you know, coming into the stream, if you found information useful on here, that's great. And what I do ask, and I know this is the only way, the only method I feel I can get this information, you know, this out there, is to use my own channel, I guess, as far as put this out there. If you saw something that you didn't necessarily have an idea for before, and you tend to want to take that idea and use it for your own, only to post that out there publicly, I guess, as far as for everybody else, and step on somebody else's progress and what's going on there, I totally frown on that. So if I ever find you, anybody doing that, it comes out on the channel to use the information that I'm sharing with you, to use for your own use, only to stab me in the back with that, don't expect a very nice reaction to me. This is something I feel is kind of wrong, kind of terrible that goes on here in the FS modding community. You know, there needs to be more collaboration, if nothing else, I guess, as far as with things. If, you know, like minds, I guess, as far as they have information to share to get to a common goal, right? I don't care for those that tend to use the information that I'm sharing and use that against me, I guess, as far as to use it for their own benefit, as far as to make a name for themselves. Don't ever do that. If I find out you're doing that, I will totally shun you and befriend you, I guess, as far as faster than you can blink an eye. So that's my full transparency, full disclosure, I guess, as far as the way I work. If you want to continue to see, I guess, as far as this and respect the work that I'm doing here, don't step on that. That's all I ask. So with all that being said, I'm taking a quick look here to see who we got that we can potentially raid out to. I think somebody else could deserve y'all's. Let's see. Oh, we got a couple different options here. So I was hoping maybe Farming Guy would be on. I know Farming Guy's really fun dude. He likes to play quite a bit of he's on a 64x map as of late, and we're talking different sizes of maps. He's on a 64x map, so do the math on that one there. That's a huge map, almost too big in my opinion. I'm gonna steal your map, right? See, Joe, those like you and myself or whatever, we're on, I like to think anyway, I guess we're on a pretty even keel, I guess, as far as with that go. You've got a lot of insight on stuff, I've got a lot of insight on stuff. You're not necessarily one to want to step on that, you tend to take it, you're one of the people that I mentioned, I guess, as far as when you share the information, yeah, you will use it for your own purposes, but you don't necessarily tend to use that to make a name for yourself in the FS modding community. That's the difference. That's the difference. There's nothing wrong at all as far as sharing information. Like if you're stuck on something and want to figure something out, I've had to figure stuff out myself, I guess, as far as the hard way. That's why it's taken me so long to get this map done, is getting that stuff figured out there, because there's just so many people that's like, oh, he's working on this. Oh, let's see how fast I can spit this out so I can make a name for myself. I don't care for that. Not at all. It totally turns me off. It doesn't take away from my enjoyment of either playing the game or even continuing to mod for it, but it definitely takes the wind out of my sail, that's for sure, when I see people that do that. Wait, I was really hoping, honestly, Farming Guy would be on, but he's not. So what I might do is I'm going to send you folks off. I hope you'll join in on this raid. He's currently playing my favorite all-time game. I know some of you here have probably seen me play this. He's playing some NASCAR Racing 2003 season. It's one of my all-time favorite sim racing games. It's coming up on its 20th anniversary too, so that's something I've been taking into consideration to show some social support for that game. Now I know the game hasn't been in development for like forever, but at the same time, it's still used high and widely, and namely by this person I want to raid out to. So yeah, definitely hope that you will join in on this, and that's where I'm going to go anyway. So I hope you all join me as far as in doing this. Alright, let me switch us on over to the raid scene. We got some people to thank, all the new follows, so on and so forth. Come on, raid scene. There we go. I think that's it. Cool beans. Alright, let's see. Now I know my credits here haven't been working, so hopefully they'll work this time. So we got a lot of people to thank. I know definitely, first and foremost, Deuce for bringing in that thick raid, I guess, as far as coming off his arm and stream, I guess, as far as over on his channel. Very much appreciated. There we go. Holy mackerel, we had a whole lot of new followers. I mean, we had a lot more followers than I thought. Bob came in with that resub, 14 months, 16 total. Very much appreciated. Thank you for all the support. That's what allows me to continue to doing what I'm doing. Alright, so let me get this raid queued. Hopefully y'all have a fantastic rest of your Monday. I know get away from the Monday blues. And I'm going to do my darndest, I guess, as far as to try and squeeze in a Tuesday stream, I guess, as far as for some trucking. No guarantee. So if you're already following the channel, you will definitely get the notifications when the stream goes live, if it does. If nothing else, we'll be streaming on Wednesday, which will be a brand new month. Brand new month. We should be rolling into the 1st. According to my calendar, anyway. Wednesday is on the 1st, so we have a brand new month. Probably most likely be carrying over what's left of January for the follower goal into February. So we didn't hit it quite for the end of this month. We got a little bit closer, but not quite. So we'll probably be rolling over that total, I guess, as far as over to the month of February, and hopefully we can hit that goal, I guess, as far as for next month. So okay, raid looks like it should be. There goes nothing. Hope to see you all over there. And if you do join on the raid, you'll get those valuable units of fluid, I guess, as far as for joining in on the raid. Alright. Should be good to go. Alright. Alright, everybody. Raid should be queued. Let's see, did it already raid out? I don't know if that worked or not. I don't think it did. This raid function does not like me. Whatever. Alright. Why did it not give me the option to raid? Uh-oh. I'm gonna also put the link out here to where I'm trying to raid you to. So for whatever reason, it's not wanting to work for me. Crap. Twitch being twitchy. Here, let me refresh this. Give me a second, folks. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. Okay, it is going through. See everybody later. Bye bye.